Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. It is the long-awaited FOMC day. It's the day of the month. We did have a weak employment data number. The initial job loss claim, the ADP non-farm payrolls came in definitely light, showing that there could be a potential for breakdown. This aligns with what Google and Microsoft have been guiding, a potential slowing down in the economy. Now, can't get ahead of ourselves too quickly. It's just one data point. So we have to still expect the market participants to buy the dip. You do have softer yields, which I think, and the dollar off of that employment data, that could cause algos to buy the dip and force a bounce here. Now, I do have some long-term buy levels. We are into some decent support on the Qs. You can clearly see we're into this pivot zone. Pre-market low was at 419.30. I have a downside target of 416.83, but we may get a bounce before that. I like this area right around this 420. It appears to 420 to potentially go long on the Qs. You have triggered a head and shoulders pattern. You've gapped over the neckline, and markets are now open. Keep that 420 level on watch, guys.
I posted the FOMC thread up above for today.
Watch the 420 calls on Microsoft.
Nat gas has made a bullish reversal. Semis are weakening here. AMD is hitting some support, so are the Qs. The S&P.
20% on the NVO or 112 calls are in the money.
Yes, what?
Google 145 calls with 110% position, so I calls still at $80.
Apple's gap down. Microsoft's actually turning positive here, so that's helping the markets. Google down substantially. Mara, Tesla down. I have a buy level on Google. It's lower though. There's a gap fill around that 141 area that I like, around 140, 140. Still no trades yet, just waiting patiently. We will have immense volatility later on in this session. Tesla's still coming in. Again, we can buy this 419.20 level on the Qs if we flush.
NVO 115 call. %% on Microsoft now.
All indices are red right now. Even the Russell's falling sharply. Tesla's getting a bounce. Amazon, Nvidia getting a bounce, but Microsoft's coming in. Big bounce in the indices. Dollar's about to hit some support at 103.11, so that might not help the markets bounce. If the dollar's going to be trading into support and if it's expected to bounce, we could see some more downside, but you have had tremendous bounces in Meta, Amazon. Google's had a decent one. Nvidia, Apple's still looking exceptionally weak. Microsoft's pushing positive again. The Russell 2000 getting absolutely clapped to the downside.
I just don't like that.
100% now on Microsoft, guys. Anyone take the 420 with me? Meta contracts are $5 here. 5 popping up here, still 10%. Contracts are at 88. All right, taking a trim here on the spot.
Big bounce coming across all the indices. SMCI's back to the positive side. Microsoft's ripping up higher here. New all-time highs on Microsoft. Go figure. Actually, no, I stand corrected. It's not new all-time highs yet. But it's looking likely. Go figure, with the Nasdaq down almost 1%. Microsoft just made a new high, new all-time high.
I think it was just under 20, unfortunately, but it's okay. 15%. Potential dip. I turned it off. At plus 2B WAM.
All right, guys, I'm shorting Microsoft up here. 414 just got filled. It's a 1/4 position. It's a 1/4 position. Next add level is basically every dollar will add to Microsoft.
I'll scale a few more. Here's 220% now. Like Tesla's popping pretty strong too.
I have a buyable level on Apple, but it's a little bit lower. I have a long trade on Apple, but it's just a little bit lower. So we're just short Microsoft right now. 1/4 position. Yields are down across the board. VIX is down. Dollar's down. SMCI is positive.
Don't forget our $36 call spin from March 16th for BAC.
All right, guys, there's kind of potentially a little bit of a blow-off top move in Microsoft. We did add to the position there. So our average now is sitting right at 415.50. 415.50. We are short Microsoft there with an average of 415.50. It is the largest company in the world now. And we are seeing some more weakness creep into the picture as the dollar's coming up into some 4-hour chart support. We're about to hit the EMA 113, AMD new low of day.
Recent performance, they have overtaken the Apple. Ticker AXP 207.50 call. That's American Express, right? Yeah.
Plug Power's catching a really, really big bid off of the lows there. Microsoft, still waiting on Microsoft. We're in the money nicely now. Look at this fall on Microsoft. It wouldn't surprise me if they just run it up, turn it positive, get all the shorts out. It is the largest company in the world, so they know people are shorting it, and they just wanted to run it up there, get all that options premium, burn people, and then rip it right back down. So look at this. Look at this move. This is a beautiful move. Come on. Let's see if we can get some more downside. All right, the dollar just hit support. We'll see if it bounces here. 103.11, 103.12 is the EMA 113. I am seeing the VIX starting to creep up as well. The UVXY has turned positive on the session. All right, guys, I'm trimming half of my Microsoft here. I just trimmed half at 411. 411. Look at this trade. Beautiful trade. Beautiful, beautiful trade. We banked, and I'm putting my stop loss now on Microsoft all the way here at 412.60. So we have an in-the-money stop, and we just took profits off of that trade. So that trade is now risk-free. Beautiful to see. Indices look like they are trying to trend a little bit lower. Congrats if you caught that one with us. That one was a fairly easy one, straightforward. We gave you the levels in advance here, and we just entered the position twice on the short side. I am seeing oil break down as well now. Still some positive sectors in healthcare, utilities, real estate, staples, financials, and materials. Let's see how the QQQ is doing. I still like to go along the Qs around this area. We can actually I'm looking at Apple on the long side. I am looking at Apple on the long side. Wow, big decline in Microsoft still occurring now. So Microsoft is still positive, but it's pulled back substantially. It hit a high of $415.30. It's now trading down $5 from that level. We're continuing to bank on that trade. Beautiful, beautiful decline. Look at this reversal on Microsoft, guys. I'm moving my stop down even more now, right to that red bar high, 411.57. The second half of the position will bank us $2.91 per share, regardless of what the outcome is. All right, I'm moving my stop down even more now. This is getting crazy nasty on Microsoft. That's a big reversal. I would not be surprised if Microsoft goes negative and puts in a daily topping tail. To take it negative, you have to go all the way back down to almost there right now, around 409, 408.50. Google's coming up into some support here, guys. Look for a long trade on Google. I am seeing some support on Google. I am interested in long Google, long Apple. Apple's a little lower, but Google's also a little bit lower. I'll pull up the chart momentarily. Let's look at this Google. Google's now down on the session. Where are you, Google? 6.25%. Pre-market low is all the way at this 140 area. You can see that big drop here. That was the low in the pre-market. You're actually hitting a gap fill though, which should provide some support. Let's see if we're hitting the 50 daily moving average yet. 50 daily moving average is all day at 139. That's still QQQ new lows. QQQ new lows. Apple still weak on the session. Same thing with Google here. Google is coming up into some support, so keep your eye and your wits about you. We do have a long trade. I wanted a little bit lower though. The VIX is still popping. Oil's still consolidating at the highs of its range. Microsoft's still coming in. Lots of blood in the streets, but it's mainly from big mega cap tech. NYCB halted, minus 41%. Thanks, John. I did see that in the pre-market. Hey, Mike, great move on Microsoft. Yeah, if you caught that, nice job if you caught that, Mike, with us on Microsoft. All right, SPY is finding some support. The dollar's actually slicing through huge 4-hour chart support. So that's not a healthy sign. It's really telling us that, okay, maybe this labor market number that came out this morning is something that could be a little bit of a turning point in the economy. Keep Google on watch. It's coming up into that gap fill. I want to see it pierce that gap fill and maybe head a little bit lower. VIX is spiking here, guys. The UVXY is spiking. The Russell 2000. Holy, what a bounce. What a bounce on the Russell. Guys, just be careful. If Microsoft reverses and keeps selling off all day, you know how much it's going to push this market down? You know, it was down 3% yesterday off of earnings, and then it managed to bounce back and just close slightly positive. So this market could bleed all day into FOMC, especially if Microsoft starts to weaken. It's positive right now, but if Microsoft goes down 3%, that's the largest company in the world going to weigh in on this market. And we're already down on the session on the Qs 1.21% with Microsoft being positive. So just imagine that, guys. Just keep that in the back of your mind. If Microsoft starts to trend negative. All right, I do have a Bible level coming up on Apple, guys. Keep Apple. It's into my 185 range. We're going to go long Apple at a key level. Basically, we're breaking through all of this chart support. I like this EMA 113, 185.10 as a starter position. 185.10. So get ready. We will potentially go long Apple at that 185.10 level. VIX, huge spike in the VIX, guys. Volatility is increasing here. VIX is now green across the board. S&P continuing. Qs could head all the way down to 416.74. Guys, Microsoft is about to turn red. It just turned red. Apple's still coming up into some support. All right, Apple's hitting that level, guys. Apple is hitting that level right now. I'm long Apple, 185.09. Starter position, 1/4 entry. See, we're already getting a bounce, a slight bounce. So we are long Apple, trying to catch a small bounce off of this area. Apple's down 1.5%. Microsoft's down 0.63%. That's going to be a nasty topping tail on Microsoft, guys. I repeat, that's going to be something disgusting on Microsoft. That's going to be the high in the market. This reversal signal on Microsoft, if it closes negative, that could be the high pivot in the world's largest company, which does give us a potential definitive top in this market for, at least a few weeks until we see where the bigger trend takes place. But we're long Apple. Next ad level is in around this 184.69, 184.70 if we need be. VIX is still spiking. AMD is still catching a bid here. Google's still trending lower. Google's now past that gap fill. I like that 50 daily moving average in the 139 area. So we're just trading long Apple right now, trying to catch a small intraday bounce. I still think Apple goes lower over the grand scheme, but it is more oversold compared to all of the other mega caps. So we are long Apple, guys. Long, long, long. We already caught a short on Microsoft. Members took some profits on our semiconductor short this morning. Still riding for more, though. Guys, just look at this ridiculous bounce in the Russell. Holy. Trying to save it here from breaking this key support zone. All right, Apple's going lower, so we will add to the position again around this 184.60 area if we need to. It's not a guarantee. SMCI outperforming here, up over 3.42% when the NASDAQ is down. That's a little bit of an interesting name that's continuing to outperform at the moment. Big bounce coming up in Apple, big bounce in the S&P. I think there's a strong chance we can actually get a nice bounce in the Qs off of this level. Maybe we bounce all the way up into the Fed meeting. Big bounce on Apple there, guys. Nice volume coming in. heavy volume. Where I could see us getting a bounce to is basically in this range here, maybe a little bit higher. But for a day trade, a 93-cent bounce is certainly enough. Here comes the bounce in the indices, guys. NVIDIA as well, catching a nice, really big bounce.
I know. I mean, I like that.
Ticker URA. URA 3150 call.
Excuse me. Come on, Apple. Get your big butt up there. Microsoft is eating your lunch, Apple. Microsoft is eating your lunch. So we're still riding that other half of the Microsoft short. I'm going to move stops down here, guys. I'm going to move stops all the way down to 408. So if you've caught this with us, great job. This is a 1.38% swing down on Microsoft. I'm actually going to cover the whole position down here. I just covered Microsoft at 406.59. That is a 1.9, a $7.88 swing. Beautiful job if you caught that with us, guys. Excellent, excellent job if you caught that with us. That's a beautiful one. Look at this daily topping tail that is potentially forming on Microsoft. Look at that nasty, nasty. On volume, we should get volume. All right, so we've taken full profits, a monster win there on Microsoft, and we are long Apple, slowly starting to get in the money here. So congrats. Again, if you haven't checked out my tradingcapital.ca Discord, definitely check out my website. I'll put it in the chat box above here. I run a swing trading and day trading service. My members have been super profitable. Already in 2024, we've closed several winners. Tradingcapital.ca is my Discord. The VIX is still spiking here, guys. VIX is still spiking. Some small caps like Carvana are trying to actually flip green, and with the falling yields, they might actually have the ability to do so. You know, I'm seeing Coinbase green, Tupperware Brands green, Canopy Growth green, AMC green. So a lot more green starting to appear on the screen for the small caps.
CVNA, $46 call every second.
VIX is still spiking here, guys. VIX is still spiking.
Green, but it's not showing it that way here. How does that work? No, never mind. I'm not. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I saw a number. And I thought it was
Electronic Arts, EA, 138 call.
Is that like eBay?
EA's for EA.
Guys, high risk play on DWAC. This is Trump's SPAC company. I'm going to go long DWAC here. I'll let you know when I'm filled. Super, super risky. All right, guys, I just got filled at DWAC 38.70. 38.70. I just got filled at 38.70. This is a 1/4 position. Super, super light. But you potentially have this rounding formation, a nice rounding formation. If we can actually break this zone here, this one has a very, very strong chance of squeezing higher here. We could see at least a 14-16% move up.
I'm also gonna put my fiance under my LLC and pay her a salary.
Yes. Smart man.
Yeah.
Smart man.
That's from a nice little tip and trick from Maple Stacks.
Oh yeah.
So shout out to Maple. We had a good conversation yesterday just about.
So I don't really want to lose this support zone on DWAC. Still holding an Apple long. This is just kind of playing a small cap potential bounce.
Make sure you're actually have a regular report.
Yes.
So by doing that, what is it? We're putting it on as well. Is it a green? Do you put it on the rest?
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the comments on Microsoft there. Tupperware Brands is also starting to try to catch a bid here. Tupperware Brands. Apple's still weak on the session, trying to move up, but still super, super weak. SMTI up now 4.9%, giving the semiconductor some life in the market. All right, guys, I'm going to add to DWAC. I just added to DWAC. 38.13. Brings the average to 38.41.
If you overpaid your taxes.
Yeah, we should talk about that. Casey, after.
Well, I file all of my
The dollar's continuing to bleed, now below 103. So small caps should continue to rally. I do expect the indices to get a bounce off of this, but you still have so much selling in the mega caps now that it's forcing this market to just bleed lower. DWAC is starting to push up a little bit now, so that's good to see. Let's see what type of action we can get. I am seeing some momentum in the likes of Canopy Growth, positive. Tupperware Brands, positive. AMC, positive. So small caps are starting to see some momentum with that big hourly reversal candle on the IWM.
We're negative on SPX. We're negative on that. There's no positives.
DWAC starting to move up. Apple's still coming down, so we will have to add to our next add level on Apple if we don't bounce off of this 185 level. Still holding it long. DWAC's trying to catch some momentum here. Nvidia's coming back down. Tesla's trying to push back up. Come on, DWAC. Get your butt up there.
Again, it broke the hourly trend line after the calls this morning, and the rejection came back down. It broke the trend line, and it broke 488.23. That was big support. With it breaking that, in my opinion, spot's just going to go lower. It's either going to go sideways or lower, but it's definitely not going back up.
CVNA, new high
Carvana's starting to squeeze. VIX is still at the highs of the session. Still holding a long on Apple. Still only a 1/4 entry. Again, Microsoft, we banked on those shorts. We're long Apple, long DWAC right now.
So far, the Apple short is paying nicely for the downside.
The Russell's starting to move down now, so the Russell is starting to weaken. The UVXY is trying to break out here. Look at this UVXY move. Big, big move up. It's now up on the session 3.3%, but take a look at this pattern. If you clear this high pivot, I mean, it's going to run straight up into this downsloping resistance. So keep that on watch. Apple's still struggling at this area. It's a big, big level for Apple. Potential a little bit of a double bottom, higher low pattern. We're watching it closely. Microsoft still negative. Google's got a really big bounce off of that gap fill. So Google is bouncing. All right, so there's 4 sectors green. The 6 sectors, if you include the Dow Jones Industrial Average and the transports. Oh yeah, I wanted to check out on. Look at that Starbucks reversal. I expected to retest high of day, especially if the indices bounce here. You know, SPY is still so weak. QQQ still so weak. Looks like it wants to make a new low of day, the Qs, which is on the back of Apple weakening here. So again, Apple at 184.60 will be our next add level. And then basically really only at gap fill. That'll be our third entry. And then if we go even lower than that, so we've got our 4 entry targets here that I've provided. Let's look at DWAC here again. DWAC is starting to push up, guys, for us. Let's see if we can catch some momentum. UVXY new high of day, VIX new high of day. So indices are still selling here, guys. Indices are still selling. And this is on the back of the dollar declining for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 consecutive 10-minute red candles in a row. 12 consecutive red candles in a row on the dollar. You should get a bounce on the dollar. And if the dollar starts to bounce, what's that going to do to the indices? What really is that going to do to the indices? I think that actually might put a little bit of pressure on small caps. But Apple's getting a nice bounce. DWAC's getting a nice bounce. So our 2 long trades, guys, are working out so far. Look at this bounce on Apple. Watching DWAC on my other screen. I'll let you know if anything changes on the position. But DWAC is trying to break out of a little bit of a range here.
Mikey is crushing today.
Come on, Apple. Get your big butt up there. All right, what's interesting now is you have the market's trying to bounce, but NVIDIA is still selling, Microsoft's still selling. Meta's still bouncing really well here.
So, I'm going to read you guys my pre-market plan. Read it. Before you do, because I have a feeling it's going to be longer. But is it just me, or does Microsoft look like a giant head and shoulders to you, so it's a pre-market as a left shoulder?
What time frame?
1 minute.
AMD's recovering quite a bit of the losses. NVIDIA still down 1.8, Apple down 1.3, Microsoft down 0.74, VIX at the high of the session. All right, guys, I'm just not going to get cute with this market. I'm going to put an in-the-money stop on Apple.
I have it in my little micro chart.
That Apple's up 45 cents since we entered. Contracts are up over 10%. It's
Keep trailing the stop if we get a bounce. Come on.
for what's going to happen tomorrow night.
Just don't want to get cute with this market. I am seeing continuation weakness creeping in. Still holding a long on DWAC, long on Apple.
Okay, so pre-market plan. I expect UPSD, CBNA, and Affirm to do really well today.
All right, I just moved my stop up to 40 cents here, 185.40, 185.40 on Apple, 185.40.
Short-term SPX resistance is 4950. Short-term SPX support is 48.
Bitcoin's starting to soften up here.
SPX risk pivot point is 4800. So high range resistance or the call wall is at 5,000. The support is at 4815, which is 480 on.
All right, guys, I just moved my stop up to 184.550. It's a hard stop. Again, because the market's weak, we don't want to get caught in a little bit of a flush downturn now that we're in the money on our Apple trade here. And it's still pushing up. All right, 185.56. I just moved my stop up. 56. Keep pushing your stop up as price action goes higher. All right, I just moved it up to 185.65. All right, it just stopped us out there, guys, for a nice little gain on Apple. 55 cents per share. Beautiful little trade on Apple there. I am officially out of Apple. Let's look at DWAC. DWAC's still weak on the session. AMD's had a really big bounce. Microsoft's still trending down. And remember, the QQQ has triggered a head and shoulders pattern.
Are sticky initial targets with high positive gamma. So this means that volatility initially subside or pin after hitting these upside targets. But the downside target should be as fluid due to the negative gamma hedge flow.
Love it. Oh, yeah. Apple's ripping higher here. Yeah, it's good on nice bounce.
Watch roadblocks here.
All right, and again, keep in mind it is FOMC today at 2 p.m., so all of this crazy volatility, we haven't even had Powell come out yet. We haven't had the rate hike. Certainly some downside protection is being accumulated here. Let's see if DWAC can push up for us. Come on, DWAC. Here goes DWAC. This one is a fast mover, so Microsoft new low of day. So again, like I said earlier in the stream, imagine if Microsoft goes down to test where it hit its pre-market low in its sell-off. That was down 3%. Come on, DWAC, push up for us. Small caps are basically losing some momentum here on the hourly chart. So congrats on our Apple long, congrats on our Microsoft short. 2 winning trades in the book already. And we're already in the money on this third one. Definitely tune in. I am going to take a little bit of an intraday lunch break today just because I want to refresh for the FOMC at 2 o'clock and 2:30 respectively for the meeting. So I will be taking an intraday break probably around the 11 o'clock time frame, maybe noon. Oil's starting to soften up here. VIX is still screaming higher here, guys. The UVXY is still screaming higher. Look at DWAC go, guys. Again, DWAC could squeeze. This is a weak market. Strong stocks can catch momentum. You're getting an influx of volume here in the 3-minute. So a lot of momentum traders will look, okay, DWAC's positive in a weak market. You have all indices down, but just traders will target those momentum stocks. So it's just a relative strength, which is why we're playing DWAC. Also, it is the election cycle. Trump is making headlines after headlines after headlines. I think really any type of headline regarding Trump, whether it's good, bad, or anything in between, kind of will help this stock push higher here. Look at DWAC go, guys. That volume is coming in hot and heavy. We could see a double-digit squeeze here, specifically around, you think about the sell-off that is occurring in Microsoft, in Apple, across the tech space. To move the Russell 20% up to the high side, you just have to have 1% of the NASDAQ capital rotate into the Russell. Just 1%. You know, the NASDAQ currently is down 1.2. So if 1% of the capital rotates into the Russell 2000, that's a 20% move that could happen. Now, I'm not saying it is going to rotate into there, but it just shows you how small the Russell 2000 is in comparison to the overall NASDAQ and really the whole New York Stock Exchange. So that's why some of these stocks can make big outsized moves. You know, even Mullen, AMC still green. CGC has given up some gains, so that's turned back to negative. So DWAC right now is still holding positive, up 2.78%. We're slightly green on the trade, but I want to see it break this area. I really want to see it break this area. If we can get a little bit of a break above this trend. Come on, DWAC. Push up. Microsoft still at the lows of the session. Oil's coming in now. I am new to this and want to take day trading seriously. When you say Apple at 185.10, do I buy and hold, or do I buy calls a few stocks which can afford? Hey Charles, welcome to the stream. Thanks for your comment there. Basically, when I say buy Apple at 185.10, I have a position size in my portfolio that I'm willing to risk on the trade. So specifically around Apple, since it's the second largest company, I usually go heavier. But for instance, just to keep the math simple, 50,000. If I say a 1/4 position, you divide 50,000 by 4 entries, and you just dollar cost average in. This is strictly a day trading stream. My swing trades and other day trades are posted for my members. So when I call out buy Apple, it's just a day trade. I'm already out of Apple. We just traded it on the long side just for a quick scalp. I'm just trying to make a few dollars here and there off of the trade. And we managed to make, we managed to make, 55 cents per share on Apple. So that was a decent little trade, but just a quick day trade bounce. This isn't any sort of recommendation. It's not any financial advice. It's just a quick scalping opportunity. And that's all it is, a day trade. In and out, in and out. Just like we shorted Microsoft at the highs today, in and out. All right, now you have the markets trying to weaken again. Remember, I have a downside target on the Qs of 416.74. It sounds like a lot, but it's certainly plausible that comes into the picture, specifically when you think about what type of selling is occurring right now across the market. It is mega cap tech just hitting this market very, very hard. Nat Gas is slightly, what is Nat Gas doing? Slightly positive on the session. It did have a bullish reversal to the high side. Nat Gas can actually trade it on the long side again. There is some decent support at this range. I'm still just sticking with my DWAC. Come on, DWAC. Give us a big move. Guys, it looks like DWAC wants to push up. Notice how the indices are still going lower. Apple's coming lower. Microsoft's looking for a new low of day. And, it's DWAC still holding at this point in time. Now, it's not immune to a market sell-off. It's just there is an underlying bid. And if this market does catch a bounce, which at some point it should, at some point this market should catch an intraday bounce, that's when you will start to see the likes of DWAC potentially explode higher. New low of day for the S&P 500. New low of day for the S&P 500. VIX new high of day. Oil new low of day. Let's just look at this S&P 500 here. The S&P 500 is currently down 0.69%, in line with the Russell. You can see we're finally breaking outside of that support region. We're still super, super elevated here on the major indices. Let's look at the Qs, hourly chart. Coming up into your pre-market low, there is some support at this 419.30 area. Remember, head and shoulders off of a bear gap has officially been opened on the QQQ chart. Qs are into a support zone here. There is some support here at 419.64. If you break through this, we could head to 416.48. But there is some support here. It's very intriguing to potentially go long. VIX is still at the highs of the session. DWAC is still trying to push up here, guys.
Our SPY getting closer and closer to that target. So again, I want to put some sell here on
A lot of selling under the hood of this market. Bitcoin's trying to push up. Nvidia's curling down. Apple's basically back to where we took it long. New low of day on Microsoft. So this is the thing about this market, and what I warned you of. I said, what if Microsoft starts selling even more and more and more? Look at that reversal. The fact that we almost picked the exact top on Microsoft live here, that's pretty impressive. Look at that sell side pressure, guys. Wow, what an epic sell side pressure. It actually makes me want to go long the Qs, guys. I'm actually looking at a long on the Qs, guys. Imagine Apple flush or Microsoft flushes all the way down to its gap fill at 399. Where would this market be? That's a huge, huge decline. DWAC still acting well.
You should wait till 4 days. You should not only what you should do that is this is true recommended.
So we're still in the money on our DWAC. Big bounce in Microsoft, which is helping the Qs at this point in time.
If it were you would do this.
Yeah, you'll have a level. I have an $8 right here on my lower confidence. I have a heavy long shot right here. Yeah, that's the only reason I had it. I only had 2 contracts because of my position size. I now am a slightly larger position than my but because my position size I have it, and that's what I ended up doing.
So just a couple winners in the books for us right now. We're just in one more other day trade, which is a long DWAC. This is a pure high risk play, trying to catch some momentum in the small caps. Indices are getting a little bit of a bounce. Notice the pre-market low is holding. I still think we can pierce that level, guys. But this level should give us a decent bounce to the upside in the near term.
KUAP, new high a day for those who took the call. Wait.
All right, so indices are trying to get some liquidity back into the fray, and you can see DWAC, another test of this trend line, guys. Another test of this trend line. Again, I have a potential upside target on DWAC. If we break out, it's a big if right now because the markets are weak, but we could see a squeeze all the way to 45.15.
$90 call swing, March 15th.
Look at Alibaba making a beautiful bullish reversal.
Potential double bottom.
Let's see CVNA. Potential double bottom on Apple. Microsoft's still weak though, selling. CVNA making a nice bullish reversal. Let's see AMC. AMC did have that beautiful, beautiful reversal candle. Now it's trying to put in a little bit of a higher low. That one's a little bit interesting. Any natural gas bulls in the audience? Let's take a quick peek at Nat Gas. Nat Gas also still trying to put in a little bit of a bullish reversal intraday. All right, Nvidia's curling down. Apple's trying to bounce. Microsoft's trying to bounce. Guys, I am expecting the indices to hold here a little bit. We have had a decent, you can see the S&P is coming up into some hourly chart support. QQQ is still the weakest indice though. What's interesting is there's a huge divergence between Nvidia down 1.85% and SMCI of 5.18%. That's a massive divergence. Massive divergence. So either Nvidia is going to bounce or SMCI is going to reverse. And my best bet is I'm going to short SMCI here, 538.50 to 1/4 position. We already traded this yesterday. I'm betting that SMCI falls. It's not immune. 538.50, we are short here. And remember, we traded this one yesterday at this 555 level for a massive, massive win. So we're long DUAC, short SMCI.
Can you tag a good futures trader on that post for me so I can reach out to some of these good futures traders? Right. Everyone, please, someone post their favorite futures trader on that post. Everybody tag Macy. Everyone tag me.
UNH 517.50 call.
You know what Macy's going to say? She'll get you right.
Again, we will be live trading the FOMC later today, so please definitely tune in. Market consensus is for the Fed to actually hold interest rates steady. We did get a weak labor market number this morning, which could be foreshadowing another weak labor market number on Friday, which definitely the Fed knows already. So we'll see if the Fed comes out hawkish or aggressive. Do they take this little bit of a market sell-off and come out a little bit more dovish? Momentum as a way to cool off the equity market. All right, so NVIDIA is still curling down. Meta's trying to still hold firm and push up. Apple's trying to push up a little bit. Still, everything's weak. Really not a big bounce as of yet. DWAC is starting to push up for us, guys. DWAC is starting to push up. SMCI. Next ad level on SMCI is really at this double top. That's kind of the only other ad level. And then I have a pre-market high all the way back up at 565. So those are the three ad levels. There's a fourth ad level a little bit higher, but I don't expect it to close above this high. Stranger things have happened, but I do not expect that. All right, here's DWAC, guys, taking another test of this breakout, this downsloping trend line. Look at this little breakout potential on DWAC. If we clear this trend line and get above this high pivot, we're going to start squeezing, guys. There's huge volume in this name that's been trading this morning. Keep in mind the market has been super, super weak.
Same thing. Remember what I said about solar stocks, the pre-market plan?
I don't remember.
Come on, DWAC, push up for us.
What was the pre-market plan? Can you read it for us?
He already did, but I don't know.
It was like a.
So we're already up 2% on DWAC, just under 2%. AMD coming down. Microsoft still selling. Apple still selling. There's a chance that Microsoft can head all the way down to 398.94, piercing the 400 level. That is a massive, massive volume shelf and technical gap fill area. You could do a high-risk lotto play on Microsoft with some puts. You could take 0 DTEs down to 390. Even 400 would pay pretty well. But there's a massive gap. I'm not going to take it. I'm just going to play it safe here since we already shorted Microsoft. But there is a chance, if you're feeling a little bit more on the gambling side today, it's not what I'm doing. So definitely trade appropriately. But Microsoft's momentum does look like it could take it past the 400 level. Google still down in the session, 6.18%. SPY Qs are at the lows. Dollar's trying to bounce here just a tad. Nat Gas is trying to put in a little bit of a bull flag pattern on the hourly chart. Nat Gas on the long side looks interesting. It does look more interesting.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was thinking about going long MKs again this morning. I should have.
Enphase is a very tough figure to play. I'll start with your INCC Intel. I know it's all speculation in terms of Intel possible today. GPUs for NVIDIA.
An announcement on Intel to make GPUs for NVIDIA. That's probably popping Intel. It certainly needs it. Intel's right now down 0.68%. I like the EMA 113 for a long on Intel. Take a look at Apple, still selling off here. So Apple's basically right back down to that previous entry that we took the long side. Now I do like Apple basically below this 184.60 area. So 184.58 gets me interested in on Apple again. So keep that area on watch. DWAC still holding near the highs. Guys, we get a range break on DWAC here. This thing's going to squeeze. Just keep your finger on that trigger ready to go, because this one could squeeze. Again, I have an upside target. If we break this range, we could head all the way to 45.15. That's about a 14-15% move to the high side. So we're long DWAC, short SMCI. We are long DWAC, short SMCI. Flat on SMCI, in the money nicely on DWAC. Come on, baby. Hey, Mike. Good to see your paper trading. That's the smart thing to do, especially on an FOMC day when there's crazy volatility. Guys, right now we're getting the Dixie. The Dixie is starting to try to bounce here. DWAC, come on, DWAC. Squeeze for us, baby. Squeeze for us. Look at this, guys. We're trying to break this range, guys. We are trying to break this range on DWAC. Come on, baby. Give us the breakout. Give us the breakout, and we will love you forever. Small caps starting to firm up here. Look at that stick on CBNA. Holy cannelloni. Firm also counting, trying to push up. FSR might also try to push green. A lot of the small cap stops are starting to squeeze higher here, guys. As the Russell's trying to catch momentum.
I just fucking sent it at baseball in the group and fucking ripped face, dude. There's no way. Okay.
Holy CBNA.
DWAC is going, guys. Look at this DWAC. Here we go. We are long DWAC, long and strong, guys. Look at this move. Look at this move, guys. Come on, let's ride it. Let's ride it. Indices really haven't even bounced yet, so imagine we get a bounce here in the indices. Here we go. That's all I can do. Hey, Mike, the smartest thing to do is paper trading in this market. It's the absolute smartest thing to do. DWAC is doing a range break, guys. Come on, DWAC. Come on, give it to us. The S&P and Qs are still selling here, but DWAC is pushing up higher.
2 minutes and 20 seconds.
We're up over 4.98%. That's a massive win so far on DWAC. It's a very small size position, but still enough to make us a nice little bit of profit here. This is starting to catch momentum, guys. Holy, look at this range break. New highs of day are being set on DWAC. SMCI, we're now in the money as well. Look at this move on DWAC, guys. We are squeezing. All right, guys, I just sold half of my DWAC there for a beautiful 7% gain. I'm moving stops now up. My stop loss is going to be at $40. $40, and I will trail it higher if we push up. So trade is now risk-free. We banked on that. Again, I sold just for about a 7% gain there at the high of the session, and my stop loss is at $40 now. $40, guys. Huge win on DWAC there. Congrats if you took that with us. So stop loss is in the money. Hopefully we can let the runners run. Hopefully we can let the runners run. We already took some profits. It may stop us out here. It may stop us out, but that's still a big, big win. DWAC's right back up, still holding. Our stop loss never got tagged there. It was very, very close to. But we already banked 7% on that trade. Look at SMCI now, guys. Look at SMCI, take a look at this sell-off, guys. This one could actually go all the way back down to gap fill. I would not be shocked if it went negative on us, specifically around what NVIDIA is doing. Look what NVIDIA is doing. New low of day on NVIDIA, breaking down here. SMCI is also finding some weakness now in the semiconductor market.
15 seconds till fulfill numbers.
Again, we have a stop loss in the money on DWAC. We already took half of our position off for a 7% gain. For a 7% gain. It's a beautiful, beautiful win. We are already now closed a beautiful win on Microsoft. Closed a nice win on Apple. Short on Microsoft, long on Apple, long on DWAC, and we're now short SMCI. Come on, DWAC, give us another move. Give us another move higher. Anybody taking DWAC with us, congrats if you did. That's a massive, massive win, and I still expect further upside in the ticker. Q's at the low of day. Dollar's trying to bounce. NVIDIA new low. Microsoft new low. Everything is continuing to sell here, guys. VIX is at the highs. Come on, DWAC. Give us some more. Give us some more. New lows for NVIDIA again. VIX is still at the highs. Dollar's catching a bid. Look at this market sell, guys. So again, SMCI is still selling off of that level. We're in the money about $5 here, and it's falling sharply, guys. It's falling sharply. Come on. Let's take a look at DWAC. We're still holding a stop loss in the money at $40. Hasn't tagged our stop loss yet, but we already closed that for a nice winner. We're still up on the position here, 4.78%, guys. But our stop loss might get tagged soon. It might get tagged. Come on, give us one more pop, DWAC. It got the technical breakout. We're 10 cents away from being stopped out of DWAC. That's okay, though. Nat Gas is getting a little bit of a push. All right, DWAC triggered my stop, guys. I'm officially out of DWAC. I'm officially out of DWAC. So respectively, we got 7% on the first half. And we got, what was the second half? We got 4%, just over 4% on the second half. So now we're just writing an SMCI trade. DWAC, we'll look at DWAC again. Keep that on your radar because it did have a little bit of a technical breakout there on the shorter term time frame. So if the markets do firm up, but the S&P is at the low of day, Qs are at the low of day, you should see DWAC catch a little bit of a bid at some point.
Picked up that lower view up.
105.
Guys, I like Apple for a long again.
I just added.
Apple's for a long again looks intriguing. I just went long 185.07. This is a 1/4 position again. 185.07. Still holding this SMCI short. Still holding the SMCI short. But we're long Apple now at 185.07. 1/4 position.
I made sure there was no faces for you today, specifically for you, Will. I know you make all the money in there, man.
Yeah, but Moscow's different because I do, like when I'm.
VIX is at the highs of the session. Dollar's still bouncing, which is putting pressure on this market, guys. The dollar's still bouncing is putting pressure on this market. So we're long Apple, short SMCI, a little bit of a kind of a pairs trade in the QQQ market. SMCI. You know what I'm going to do on SMCI? I'm just going to put an in-the-money stop at 537.04. 537.04 in-the-money stop.
Those SPY cards by the side are going to be like like earnings on
But it's definitely looking, at least leading into FOMC, like a trend day.
So again, we're long Apple off this 185.07 area.
UNH, new high a day.
Qs are at the lows, SPYs at the lows. Notice how Apple is holding its low of day, but the Qs and the SPY are making new lows. That's relative strength. That is some relative strength in Apple. So as the market is trending lower, Apple has not made a new low of day. Now that could change, but as of now, it is holding steady and firm. The selling is happening in Microsoft, Google, NVIDIA, and the likes of some of the other components. So DWAC is hitting some support right now. This is the potential level to go long again on DWAC. Yeah, you know, the mistakes in the paper account are definitely a lot easier to swallow. All right, guys, I'm moving my stop down on SMCI, 534.93. 534.93. Apple's starting to firm up. We're slightly in the money here. You can see that resistance box that I gave you worked out to a T. Hit it, rejected. Semiconductors, the SOXX is at the lows of the session. SPY is continuing to sell. We're almost at my downside target on the Qs, guys. We're almost at my downside target on the Qs. NVIDIA, new low of day. NVIDIA is continuing to get slammed, making new lows on the session. VIX still at the highs of the session. Semiconductors on the SOXX could flush all the way into its gap fill, which is sitting at roughly 578.50. UVXY is continuing. Apple's still weak. Take a look at SMCI, guys. This one is paying us now. I'm moving my stop down some more. Just moved my stop down to 531.56. We're banking at least $6.83 on the trade. Excellent, excellent job.
Real quick, the one thing I like to just talk and teach about is you have to look at all the time frames, and the bigger picture usually will print the bigger moves. So this whole downside move was based off of the hourly time frame and traded intraday on the short term on the 5 minute. So it all started because the major trend, in my opinion, on the time frame. So when it plays out on the larger time frame, the hourly, the move that you see on the 5 minutes seems really, really
NVIDIA is now down 3% on the session. Apple's down 1.65. The QQQ market is down 1.67%. Bloodbath in the streets of the Qs. All right, SMC, I just tagged our stop, guys. Beautiful, beautiful trade there. Beautiful, beautiful trade. SMCI, that is another winner. So we shorted Microsoft. We shorted SMCI. We longed DWAC. We longed Apple. We're still long Apple at the moment. A little bit of bullish flow starting to hit the options market. Still have AMD selling. NVIDIA at the lows. SMCI still bleeding here. All right, guys. Apple's starting to push up here. Apple is starting to push up. This could be a little bit of a double bottom reversal. Qs are still weak. Russell's still weak. Take a look at CVNA because that was another breakout candidate. This one's consolidating bullishly at the high end of the range. Definitely looking poised to squeeze higher, specifically if we get a bounce in the markets. If we look back at DWAC, DWAC still just hovering off of this support trend line. Let's see the Qs. Qs are almost at our downside target of roughly 416. There could be a shot where it wants to go there, guys. Don't be surprised if the Qs want to go there. Still long Apple at the moment. I've already taken big wins on the session today. So congrats if you've traded with us. It's been a very lucrative day for us. We're just in Apple right now, 1/4 entry at 185.07.
Yeah, those wins are going to maximize. Bob, a new high a day for those who took the $90 call swing.
Tesla's flag pattern. Tesla looks bullish. If the markets can bounce, Tesla may try to turn green here. Tesla's actually looking a little bit more bullish here. Bitcoin's getting a big move to the high side. Amazon new low of day. Amazon new low of day. Apple's still trying to push. Qs and SPY really hasn't bounced yet. And again, we'll go long the Qs at that sub 417. Appears of 417 in around that 416.74 range. We will go long the QQQ.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Because they both are just like ridiculous.
They love it when they want it. Kind of like IWM. That's what she wants.
Apple's getting a big bid here, guys. Again, we played Apple just off of relative strength. I saw the market making new lows, but Apple not making new lows. And remember, Apple's been one of the mega caps that has sold off pretty sharply in comparison to its counterparties.
Yeah, it's being
Look at that move up on Apple, guys.
No way.
FOMO.
Someone made you.
So I just have 100 shares long on Apple with the 1/4 entry.
Great job.
100 shares long on Apple with the 1/4 entry.
Love your enthusiasm and love this workout.
Big push up in Apple, guys, is going to help this market, but you still have tremendous amount of weakness in Microsoft, new low of day. Amazon, new low of day. Bitcoin is pumping up to the high side here. Bitcoin is pumping up to the high side. CVNA going for another high of day range break. And what's interesting is because the markets are so oversold intraday, this could be the perfect storm for Powell, where we could see a whole bunch of people, and I guarantee there's a whole bunch of people piling in on the long side here, trying to catch this oversold bounce. Because why? Typically the biggest bounces come from an all-time high. Indices, Qs have traded from an all-time high status, and we're seeing really the first pullback in the market since indices have been making new all-time highs. So there's an influx of liquidity, usually cash waiting on the sideline to buy the dip, expecting the market to go higher. What's the case here? There's a scenario that Powell can come out hawkish, all that long liquidity gets trapped, creating that negative gamma, and then they could actually push the market down and rope in all that new liquidity. So it's a dangerous game to go long just because the market's oversold here, which is why we're just day trading. I will plan to close my Apple trade regardless win, lose, or draw. We're already moving up nicely on Apple here, guys. We are already moving up nicely on Apple. Tesla's catching a nice bid. Amazon's at the low of day. Meta's selling off now. AMD is trading the most shares. Currently 44 million shares, almost double Tesla. Wow. Super impressive on AMD. Really, really impressive. AMD looks like it wants to go lower. There's some daily chart support sitting at a Pierce of 160. Pierce of 160. SMCI is still trending lower. VIX is still trying to push higher. Dollar's trying to catch a bounce here. A lot of red on the screen, but you still have Nat Gas positive. Carvana up 1.8. AMC up 3%. Go figure. DWAC up 5.4. Gene. Enphase. Solar stocks are catching a bid. Save. Boeing. JP Morgan still green. So some strength in the financials. Even on the back of that smaller financial company breaking down.
I'm down like 150 bones, so the pocket change. Yeah, 150 bones down on the day. Really not basically break even to me, but I'm not loving it. Should have been short SPY for sure, but like at the end of the day, I'm just not loving this whole week.
Tesla's trying to push up. The VIX is trying to push up some more. Still have not achieved the downside target on the Qs. That's pretty crazy to think that we're almost at that head and shoulders downside target. Again, I prepped my members for this yesterday. This head and shoulders, absolutely bearish gap down trigger. Downside target takes you to 416. We could get there easily today. Easily today. We're oversold though intraday. I'm looking for some divergences. There's a potential we make one more low of day. And then we can go long the Qs, guys. One more low of day, we can go long the QQQ again. Still some sectors that are green on the screen. Plug power up 17%. Holy cannelloni. That's a massive move on Plug. Apple's still firm. We are holding Apple on the long side, which we're nicely in the money off that 185.07. This is our second time in Apple. Tesla's pushing for a new high of day.
So much better here, Frank. There he is.
Yeah, motherfucker was in the orange a second ago.
They're really digging into stuff. Like, yeah, I've been watching that. Well, I cut her this morning. Yes. I started her, but yeah, I'll reopen later. She posts spicy. Yeah, I think it's probably down and away.
All right, guys, I'm going to try a SPY long here. SPY long here at 486.77. I'm actually playing the quadruple levered ETF, the XXXX ETF. This is a quadruple levered play, so it's super, super risky. Got filled at 30.89. Just like to monitor the SPY ETF though. SPY is trying to push up. We could get a retrace maybe all the way back up here before we want to trend a little bit lower. Seeing semis starting to firm up just a little bit across the board. Still holding an Apple long. SMCI is still falling sharply, guys. SMCI is still falling sharply. That's a heavy weighted component in the SMH and SOXX. But we are long the S&P. Well, I should say I'm long the XXX quadruple levered ETF. So quadruple levered play on the S&P 500 here.
And we got 30 seconds left on this candle. So let's see.
Super risky. Make sure you size appropriately.
All right, 5 minute and here candle top of the 486.58 level there.
It's a 1/3 position.
Want to let it happen?
2 reasons to be bullish right here,
5 seconds. Can they push it up? Nope.
but still 5 reasons to be bearish.
Markets are oversold intraday. Intraday oversold conditions should yield somewhat of a small technical scalping opportunity.
Yeah, IWM just chopped. IWM hasn't looked at almost $1. All morning. Keep an eye on PayPal right here. Potential cup and handle.
Tesla's moved up. Apple's basically back to our flat entry.
30.
Come on, S&P 500.
Put an entry right here, holding above $63. This looks really good.
Nat gas is trying to firm up, guys. Nat gas could squeeze higher here. Look at EQT, AR, LNG for a potential continuation bullish momentum play. AR and EQT are some natural gas stocks. So we have the S&P trying to trend lower here. Potential little bear flag forming. Apple's moved back lower, testing that 185 area yet again. The selling in semis continues to be immense. So semiconductors continue to sell off here.
Should tell us shortly which way it wants to go.
QQQ looks like it wants a new low of day. SPY is looking like it wants a new low of day as well. Next eye level on SPY is really at 486.15. This little bear flag, we'll see if it wants to break down.
God bless you.
That could actually take you all the way down to 485.81. Extension move down. Interesting. Very interesting. Still holding an Apple long, a SPY long. Hey guys, so we're seeing the S&P continue to break down. I just cut my Apple there. I just cut my Apple at 185.29 for a small gain. I'm seeing the S&P trying to make new lows on the session, so we will add to the position at this 486 area. So keep that on watch.
Yeah, exactly. And what Jordan said is perfect. And this is another thing too. And this is what I love to do on FOMC day. I don't like trading FOMC unless I have profits to give away and I expect to lose them all. It's the only way I'm going to trade.
We have AMD trying to firm up. SMCI is almost gone negative. It's only up 2% now. Nvidia down 3, Apple down 1.5. Semis are down 1.92 in the SOX ETF. QQQ down 1.67. SPY down 0.89. Russell's outperforming, down only 0.51%. All right, big bounce coming in the S&P here. Big bounce coming into the S&P.
I mean, there's one caveat to that, right? If you're strictly trading SPY, like the contracts are not going to trade the same as another day. If you're in equities, it's totally different, right? Like the indexes do have, they're like, it's like as if SPY had earnings today.
Big bounce in the S&P, guys. Big bounce in the S&P 500. We're now flat on the trade. We're now flat on the trade. It's good to see.
When the meeting's happening, it's like the earnings report is also happening. You're going to get a little bit of a crush. It's not as bad, not nearly as bad as like earnings, but there is a crush. So just well, sorry, in case you got.
I was gonna say I took 5 DTE puts because I bought time, and this morning I opened 15%, and then downside they go 50%. So you can still get some decent gain today on the SPY contracts. Just stick to your rules, have good risk management, and just get in and out.
You'll still make money. There's no question.
Yeah. Sorry, not.
Side note, Mikey. New high. That was like the best.
Don't forget about our $35 calls for UPSP.
So we're still holding a S&P 500, a SPY long. We've taken profits on 2 Apple longs. We've taken profits on a huge Microsoft short, a big SMCI short, a massive DWAC win. So we're up nicely, and I'm actually playing the levered XXX ETF on the S&P 500 here. Levered ETF.
That's good. 5 minute, just printed a green hammer, double bottom. So I think
Apple triple bottom.
Yeah, I think everything.
Apple pushing higher here. Everything is catching a nice little bit off of the lows.
Apple triple bottom. I see Microsoft going another full dollar from here. Got IWM popping up.
Yep, IWM.
Good.
Here we go. IWM bullish divergence on the 5 minute and a squeeze pushing upsides. Just has 197 ahead.
Big push on the indices.
Can be really, really good.
Come on, give us a little bit more upside.
All right, nice pop on SPY. Nice pop on Q's off that green hammer candle there.
Alta 515 fall. February 2nd is an extreme high risk. ULTA.
I love it. Coming into target one here on SPY. We were just 6 cents off there.
Google tweeted about 5 minute time frame. Watch the 142 call. Or the buck 58 here.
So everything is catching a bid here. Semis across the board are catching a nice bid. Carvana putting in a 10-minute bull flag pattern. That one looks like it wants to continue higher here. S&P's into its first little resistance here at 487.03. Apple, huge big bid on Apple there.
are like ready to mark itself.
DWAC is trying to push up. Looks like it wants a new high of day on DWAC.
And target one was hit. Well, missed by a penny. I'm trimming here.
Nice push up on the S&P, guys. This is a big push on the S&P.
I trimmed for that. I'm going to set a stop in profit on the remaining.
See, this is where I was scouting
Yeah, I'm saving my money right now. That was my last trade. I mean, for FOMC, that was my last trade.
Apple's still not at my upside target yet. I could see Apple still challenging the 186 area. Again, it is FOMC, so be ready for wild action around that 2 p.m. time frame. You'll start to see some heavier volume increase on the back of the interest rate decision. Consensus is for interest rates to be held steady between that 5.25, 5.5% range by the Fed. There's a big discrepancy in the yield market right now. Yields are actually down quite substantially. 10-year down 2%, 2-year down 3%. You have a 25 basis point spread between the 10 and the 2 spread here. So short end of the curve is showing that, okay, maybe there's more likely of a Fed pause or pivot in, say, the March, April timeframe. Long end of the curve is firming up a little bit more, though. So if yields start to fall sharply here, it could trigger potentially a little bit of a minor rally in small caps, especially if you consider or capital rotation trade out of mega cap tech into some of the more oversold micro cap stocks. Let's see if the SPY can keep pushing up here. I want to see it retrace to this 488 level. If you just throw on a fib tool from your high pivot to your low pivot, take a look at this retrace. That would put us into a potential 618 retrace zone. You'll have some decent resistance at this 50% zone where you had this little bit of a falling wedge pattern breakdown. Bitcoin still pushing up at the highs of the session. Nat gas is looking for a new high of day. So Nat gas is looking a little bit more bullish as we progress.
Phoenix Sports new high at day for those in the 138 calls at 139.40.
I am seeing the dollar trying to firm up here, guys. So that's not going to be a good thing for the markets if the dollar tries to firm up some more. AMD is weakening. Nvidia is still trying to curl. The Dixie's trying to push up here. Markets are still oversold, so they can rally. All right, so the indices are still trying to firm up here. SPY is potentially putting a little bit of a flag pattern, but the dollar's also potentially putting in a small flag pattern here.
CBC is still bullish as of the last candle. And now, but what I don't like is we're right on the ATR and we're doing what I
Nat gas is pushing up to the highs of the session.
did break away from it, and now the
So Nat gas is trying to break out. Against sympathy trades are AR and EQT. AR and EQT. We're now approaching that 11:08 time frame. S&P is still trying to push up. The Dixie's also trying to push up. Nat gas just hit a new high of day. Come on, break this little flag pattern for us, and we should see a nice little potential move up here into this 488, 480, high 487 levels. Okay, here comes the potential range break, guys. Come on, give it to us. Firm up, firm up, firm up. So after this pop, guys, we can look for more shorts. After this pop, it is looking like a hard downtrending day. So once we get this pop, we look for more shorts. Come on, SPY, keep pushing. We're getting a nice big bid here. We are trying to firm up. The Russell's got 2 hourly bottoming tails forming. That's a positive sign. There's the back test on the SPY. We'll see if it continues to hold this support zone. Could be putting in a little bit of a W pattern. We'll see though. It's a hard tape to trade because it is weak on the session across the board. But you are starting to see some firm activity, price action, and some individual tickers. The Qs are still super, super weak. Google's still down tremendously, 6.22%. Very weak bounce on Google, considering things. Very weak bounce on Google.
Damn, Rivian just got stick. Yeah, she did. 1625.
In terms of mega cap tech that looks probably more likely to float higher on the long side, Tesla and Apple. They probably, and maybe Meta, they look like your best bets, but Meta could catch some sympathy weakness on the back of Google in terms of ad revenues and Microsoft's guidance on ad revenues weakening. So, but the two best mega caps, in my opinion, look like Tesla and Apple at this point, at least on the long side of the trade. But we're still holding a long S&P in the money here, looking for a little bit more upside. We're looking for a little bit more upside. Nat gas pushing for a new high of day. S&P coming right back down as the dollar's trying to firm up here. VIX is still positively green. Potential higher lows on AMD. We could see semis firm up maybe just a little bit here. There could also be bear flags forming on many different mega cap charts. Like Microsoft has a 10-minute potential bear flag. Nvidia also potential bear flag. Amazon just looks nasty. Dollar's moving higher here, guys. Dollar is moving higher. You have lumber down 1.4%. Dow Jones Transport's negative. XLK technology is the worst performing sector at the moment. Some of the squeeze stocks, Mara, Carvana, Canopy Growth, AMC, all positive on the session. Netflix is holding up. DWAC still up 5%. More bullish flow hitting the tape. which is why we're long the S&P.
Yeah, a lot of them sold since then, so it's not like, I mean, it's bullish, but it's not.
Guys, this is going to be my final trade until we approach that 2 p.m. time frame. I am going to take a little bit of a break here once we exit this trade because I want to save some energy. And I just want to review a few important data points before that FOMC rate decision comes out. I want to dissect a few more charts and look for some setups. That way I can have my full attention on just scanning charts and come ready for that 2 p.m. time frame with some more setups and a little bit of a FOMC plan. It's obviously all pending on where the markets close and finish ahead of the FOMC. You know, the big thing is, where do we finish? Where's the market trending by the time we hit FOMC? So copper and solar stocks are doing well. China stocks also doing well on the back of that weaker dollar. UPS continues to see downside off of its earnings play. Healthcare stocks have firmed up. FNGR, potential little squeeze name. Finger motion up over 10% on the session. That one's a all right, a nice push up on the S&P here, guys. It's a really nice push up for our trade. We're up about 65 cents so far. Looking for a little bit more, in my opinion. The Russell actually is trying to push green. Can you believe that? The Russell is trying to push green on us. So look for some small cap names like Carvana to keep pushing, CVNA. Apple's into its first little bit of resistance here. All right, guys, I just sold half of my S&P 500 position. I'm going to move a stop loss in the money, 487 stop. So I sold half, and I'm moving a stop loss to in the money. So nice little trade there. Beautiful, beautiful trade.
Major ETFs like indexes, because that's what I have my filter set to. So the QQQ, SPY, NDX, IWM, and RUD.
So again, I sold half, moved stops up. Bitcoin still acting well.
The 140s are up about $6. Zoom out, look left, yesterday's low. As we go this week.
They're approaching B1, so they got another focus. They got the
medium index one is so decent reversal here, back to the open grid. We go higher.
So markets are continuing to grind higher here. They are continuing to grind higher.
I'm expecting that CPI to test the high day here.
Well, start coming back again. Wait for this candle close to see what we do, but I have a finger on the trigger market, so I'll take a small loss. It's much better than it was before.
I want to slap it short, but something's just holding me back, and I don't know what it is.
Alright, I'm still at it because we did this, even though it was basically flat, it did go back to where we at the end of that candle. And then let's try to see if we see flip again, so we will see.
No, I just feel like weird today. I'm gonna listen to that.
To your weirdness?
Yeah, I'm gonna listen to that and just say, chill for a minute.
Chill it like a bone.
Chill it like a millet.
Yeah, gave the market 150 bones this morning. They got me a little bit, not bad at all though. So yeah. I don't know. Normally when we come up to 1 month, we are stopped a lot.
Really trying to reclaim that gold bar. I like Bobby base here, looking for another leg. We shall see.
BA going nuts.
Yeah, BA not as bad as you. Ooh, baby papers in the background there.
Might actually be green on BA again. Yeah, I am. That's nice. That's nice. I have a question for
No.
Does anyone pay real-time data?
What do you mean?
So I use TradingView. So I pay the extra $2 or $3 a month for the real-time ARCA data.
Yes.
All right, guys, DWAC is starting to push up a little bit more. DWAC is starting to push up a little bit more. You can potentially play the breakout here.
That's like giving your dealer the money before you go give you the stock.
Correct. So I pay $2 a month for the real-time ARCA data.
Nobody should be trading without real-time charts.
Yeah, so the thing is that I just had someone say that my algo went long on SPY a little bit ago, and it worked out so far, but I'm like, I don't see the long signal on my chart, and they don't pay for real-time data, so
they may be 15 minutes, behind.
No, they're not 15 minutes behind. They still get like the normal data that you will trade it's not delayed.
Ticker Gianna, 390 calls.
It may be different sources, so the way the candles
real ARPA data should be a little more accurate. So depending on where the candle closes at that specific price or that set, will either trigger or not trigger my algo. So I'm just trying to see if anybody else uses different types of data for what I'm trading view.
Now Spice getting the slapped off that 113.
I guess it's similar to Weeble.
Weeble?
Yeah, like Weeble's not delayed. I don't pay for anything.
Order fixed.
Yeah.
So you just cover some bracket?
I just paid it back.
Cover some. A little bit.
There we go. Yeah, any new buy a day.
I want to see what happens right here under this ATR.
It's gonna break 30 here.
Because we're doing that thing where the hit, but it's not the hit. Oh wow, they just slammed that down to the end of that 5 minutes to flip it. I just realized that was the last candle of the 5 minutes.
Wow. We alive. No way.
Wait.
Unbelievable.
I dug you. I'm getting screwed.
Wait, so. Okay. I'm coming as well. Don't fucking call me. Literally hasn't pushing buttons on the phone.
I know, I just had that happen too.
Damn it, and I didn't.
There's the rejection on SPY. 487.36. Not a single candle
Fancy on the pack here.
Great job, Shark. Great job on the short there.
Order filled. Thank you. Nice job, Sharky. UNH is ramping.
Good job, Frank.
Like, all for you and
Yeah.
I fucked up. One, literally, I've been pushing buttons. This guy fucking calls me.
She's got some nerve.
I need to put my phone on DMD. And I need to tell him off.
So that was a good sell on the S&P 500, guys. We sold at the highs. Our stop loss was just triggered out of the full trade on S&P 500 for another win. So we're 5 of 5 today in the day trade room. DWAC looks like it's still stair-stepping its way up. It looks like it does want to push higher here. So keep your eye on DWAC. That could be another play. What's also firming up is the Dixie. Look at the Dixie moving off of the lows quite nicely. Higher low, higher low, higher low. So we'll see if that puts additional pressure on the markets. Remember, I still have a downside target that I think could play out today all the way down to 416, but now we're putting in a potential little inverted head and shoulders on the Qs. You're carving your right shoulder. So the important neckline to watch is going to be this area here. If you get a break of this, we could see a move back up to about 421 right along this pivot. So watch for that right shoulder development and a trigger of this neckline on the Qs.
Still better than have to bounce here.
We're still trying to hold this on SPY here. 487.
That's your ALG right now. Is on polls for ALGN.
Not just for the record of this itself. The will continue with the Max 7. There are companies that have a broad exposure. I think 24 is about differentiation from software to determine that they really are true AI beneficiaries.
See if we can break this 320. Look at this. 486.75. I would fight back pretty decently though. Yeah.
Yeah, they are. I got the
Guys, so moments ago we told you about DWAC potentially wanting to break out. Look at this squeeze coming into DWAC again. Look at this. I still have an upside target we could achieve today of 45.15. Markets really haven't even bounced all that strongly and firmly, but DWAC is trying to push up here. So nice little move continuing in DWAC.
DWAC, highly unusual call for the 9th of February. $54 strike.
The momentum in DWAC, believe it or not, it could actually take you to, especially if the market firms up at some point today, it could take you to a new high of day.
Yeah, that's where Charlie.
Okay. Yeah, someone was asking. I just wanted to make sure I said the right name.
was great.
Nat gas, new high of day.
I got money saved for FOMC. No spreads today because of FOMC.
The only thing he be spreaded is his cheek.
I've seen FOMC has been making weird moves recently. The last 2 times I think they were saying they kind of it's trickier.
Last time,
Crypto names selling off here.
yeah, last time it did not follow what I usually would have. I mean, it dipped at 3 p.m., but I don't consider that a follow. The plan.
I remember that.
Nvidia cup and handle. Hourly just closed. Green hammer candle. 30-minute squeeze showing up.
The VIX is pushing higher here, guys. The VIX is pushing higher.
It beat Riot. Back here. Got smacked down. Mars going back as well.
Look at this DWAC squeeze, guys.
Central like higher low on SPY. It's just watching that 113. We are rejecting it for
It's up 9% from our entry. I took a little high risk play. Basically, I entered back in DWAC at that 40.32 level down here when I saw it consolidating. Just 100 shares, nothing crazy, just a risk play. I want to see if this can catch a huge bid to the upside because it is starting to squeeze higher here.
Watch these Nvidia 630 calls. They're at $3.
You're now entering the
10 cents right now.
real rally zone on DWAC. The RSI is hitting that upper overbought range. That's typically when you have your blow off moves, when it is into that overbought scenario. People chase the momentum and squeeze it. The volume is immense here. The volume is immense. I'm just going to flip to the 5-minute chart here. But it's continuing to stair step its way up. Here, kitty. Hey, fair brother. Just seeing your comment now. Yeah, she was beside me in the morning, and then I guess she didn't like the market selling off, and she left. She was trying to hit my screen a little bit, but
IWM got smacked at 197.
I do anticipate a small rally into the FOMC meeting. I'd be shocked if we keep selling into it. I mean, stranger things have happened, but I do expect a bounce coming into the market here very shortly. The selling has slowed down.
Sold puts for over 2 million. 2 separate orders for it on SPX. Some bought calls.
Apple continuing to put in some little bit of a higher low pattern.
More coming in. Sold puts.
Dollar's taking a small breather. VIX is still surging here. So the VIX is the concerning part for the market. It is still pushing up here. Google's still down 5.95%, but firming off the lows. And now you have Microsoft trying to push higher here.
It's getting rid of common
If Microsoft can firm up a little bit, it will help this market. Microsoft is down 1.3% at the moment.
anything that says we should. So I'm just saying. That's the point. I'm not looking at the chart. Was AMD earnings yesterday or was that today?
Yesterday.
How's that thing doing today?
Alright, SPY should go back down and test that level again. 486.58. So the previous 5-minute candle closed underneath that yellow line, so that was a sign, in my opinion, for it not holding above it. Just 45 seconds left on this candle.
knows the play this morning. My boy goes to my chat. He noticed that Starbucks earnings were absolutely still dog shit, but it ripped, so he just got immediately short and put it in now.
Scale NVIDIA goes back to 350.
All right, the S&P is breaking lower here, guys. VIX is at the highs of the session. The S&P is continuing to sell on the back of Apple and Microsoft simultaneously coming down. Still have all indices red. Russell and SPY are trading in lockstep. Bitcoin's up 1%. DWAC is continuing to try to push higher here, guys. This is going to make a squeeze. I mean, it's already squeezing, but it's going.
Alright, so now SPY. I'm getting another short signal here. SPY loses low of day. It's going to get closed down.
And what's interesting is this is moving up as the S&P is moving down. Take a look at what the SPY has now done since we exited our trade. Look at that. Just absolutely sell-side pressure coming into the picture. This is crazy sell-side pressure. Look at the Qs. Qs are holding up now. So now you're having tech actually firm up, but the S&P breaking down. A little bit of a character change here. So mega cap tech isn't selling, but the broad market is selling.
Here we go, SPY. Come on.
Like
Dump it!
slap that short was sharp.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Looks like I should have kept it long before it pulled back.
Oh, Sharky.
SPY new low of day. VIX new high of
Here we
day.
go. SPY new low of day. SPY new low of day. Come on.
Russell new low of day. SPY new low of day.
Let's go.
VIX is at the highs. Apple still hasn't made a new low. Microsoft is testing the lows. Meta's curling. So it's a broad market sell-off that's now coming into the picture.
Yeah, they're not really, they've had a big move though, right?
Yeah.
And that 17,350 is a big number. So they could,
What's 7?
looking at the NQs.
Yeah, what? Yeah. 2 here.
NQs 420, right? Another big number.
QQQ's at 419.28.
Right, but 420 is the big number there.
I'm not happy with myself right now. I broke some rules. Multiple.
You'll make it back tomorrow.
Well, I'm still in it because I'm an idiot.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Now you have oil breaking down as well, guys. Oil's also selling.
And then I got a phone call with my provider. And then it like dropped down.
Well, when you bought them this morning the first time, that's when Microsoft was gunning,
Yeah.
and I was like,
Then it pulled back so hard.
well, they pulled back, yeah, and everything else was tanking except for Microsoft. So that could have.
Yeah, and then Microsoft started coming. So my second, because my first trade was green, my second trade was red, and now my third one, which is basically 3 and 4 because it's a double position, is big red, which is shitty because it's a double position.
Like,
Yeah. She's gonna knife. The fact that it didn't bounce at 486.58 and then go give that retest. I mean, if there's still a minute left on this candle, it just makes me think it's just gonna knife.
it's the banks that are weaker today that's helping SPY die. That's good XLF was running.
Those motherfuckers.
The video is still looking good for this cup and handle breakout. Those contracts are still sitting at 350 from 315, so just secure some gains, move profits, or move stops if in profit right now.
Here comes on. Yes, he's going to bounce off these 49.02, and it's going to.
So all sectors are slowly starting to turn red here. You just have real estate, utilities, and healthcare positive. Microsoft's challenging for a new low.
Yeah, Meta looks strong here. IWM, watch IWM just run the hammer candle, but still looking very, very weak. 15-minute dive.
So part of the reason why I held on longer than I would like, I'm going to tell you guys, just based on today being FOMC, I wasn't expecting a trend day. So
Thoughts on NVO?
to get more,
Let's take a look at NVO. Novo Nordisk.
that didn't happen. And now
Do they make Ozempic? Who makes Ozempic? Are they in that classification? Wow, huge breakout on earnings.
really going green on this.
Reported 71 cents, estimate for 9457. Wow, standout breakout on earnings, up on the session, 4.83%, trading at the new all-time highs. Look at this thing go. You know, I mean, it's overbought on the daily. It doesn't mean it has to sell off. You got that negative divergence on the weekly RSI, big negative divergence actually, all the way going back to 2021. You know, where you have a high here, high on your RSI, lower highs since on the RSI, but higher highs. Let me just see.
Are your twins
One boy, one girl.
You can see we're trading into this little resistance zone, this trend line. You have a high pivot there, connecting to a kiss here, another high pivot. We're into that zone right now. So technically speaking, this resistance should hold it in check. It should hold it in check here, but it could always try to push through that.
You're a little late, buddy. I called down to 5, man.
I wouldn't chase it here. If you get a bullish consolidation inside of this green candle, you know, maybe a 2-week consolidation pattern, then you could potentially look for a long continuation move. But this is a clear breakout. I mean, clear breakout. You're into some decent resistance. And yeah, like this could continue higher. It's just a little bit long in the tooth. You've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks of consecutive upside. I don't like to chase patterns when it has that much upside because it hasn't really consolidated. I mean, you got some daily chart consolidation here, but still a very, very large move. But it's a strong chart. Strong name, strong chart. I like NEO, guys. NEO is part of that China sympathy trades. We're seeing China stocks firm up across the board, and I do like NEO for a potential continuation. That's a huge reversal, bullish reversal, daily bottoming tail. This one could push up some more. Super oversold. I do like NEO down here for a little bit of a long potential trade, especially since the likes of BABA are running recently, TME. That one's actually given up. Oh, that's Toyota, sorry. I was wondering why the chart looked different. 10-cent music having a technical breakout. So, you know, FXI, which is one of the China ETFs, China large caps, trying to put in a little bit of a local bottom here. Still so weak, though. All right, the dollar's starting to weaken just a tad here. Should help the indices. But you also have a potential now head and shoulders forming on the chart. You have this left shoulder. Your neckline is basically this little pivot zone. If you break that, I mean, That might take us to our QQQ target, guys. So let's just see the QQQ. Qs are actually firming up still, trying to get a little bit of a bullish breakout of this inverted head and shoulder. So remember we said there's some potential upside here if the Qs break out, but this could turn into a failed breakout if the S&P triggers this head and shoulder. So notice the mega divergence in the two indices right now. Big divergence there.
This can be the right shoulder for the head shoulder here on the SPY at the bottom.
And with Microsoft at the lows, dragging this market down, the VIX at the highs, it does have some validity that we could see that fall.
Shit, if that breaks.
Yeah. She'll flush.
SPY kind of holding.
All right, see if Tesla gives this downside here.
I'm moving over to IPF for the shorts. Right.
I hear you. I just fat finger. I'm alright.
All right, NVIDIA popping up here. See if we can get that. Needs about 15 more cents. 317.70. Contracts are at 385 and 315. That is still fine. Nice.
Wow, Google just got smashed. I take that as a lose.
Did she?
Pretty small range for the day. Let's be honest.
Microsoft just made a new low of day. Amazon selling off here. Verify breakdown on the 5 minute. Where's Tesla? Tesla's still sitting right same spot. 29 main view up.
Big C stuff in the back.
That is a nasty candle here on Google.
Yeah, that was a small range. Nice candle back.
Microsoft new low of day. So Microsoft is continuing to weaken here. New low of day on Microsoft.
Alright, see if this head and shoulder plays out.
and we're about to get into lunch.
Microsoft hourly trend line lines up around the 140 cycle level. Or not Microsoft, sorry, Google, sorry. If Google falls down to the 140.5 area on the hourly, watch for a really, really big bounce there, and I'm a buyer at that point. Just see
Now 319 again.
January 9th to January 17th, candle close low is 140 to 140.6 to be exact on Google. So if it trickles down there from now until the end of the week, I'll look to grab some Google longs. If it breaks that, then
Google?
yeah.
137.
That is one of my targets downside.
Slap it.
I'm gonna try at 140 first.
Yeah.
If it fails, then I'll push short down to the 137 area, and then that's when I'll be exiting shorts and then going long.
I'm gonna sell the shit out of 135 bucks.
Yeah. That's like 35 candles.
Take like that Coinbase is a daily, hourly chart with like a 30-day view or more. Like regular.
So we're just slowly watching the markets here. The S&P is holding this double bottom. Still could be carving out a right shoulder, but then when you look at the Qs are actually testing a breakout of this neckline. So since the Qs are the heaviest weighted ETF, and you do have technology XLK down the most, you want to give the strength and validity to the QQQ to try to drag this market higher. Again, we all know tech is the most saturated, heaviest weighted indice, and it should lift the indices higher off of this breakout. Upside target is 421 there on the Qs. So if you get above this high pivot, you have confirmed a little bit of a breakout of this inverted head and shoulders. You can actually adjust your neckline to even here now, considering you had a failed pattern where you broke out here and then dipped back in and closed. Your new neckline is actually here now. So you really haven't broken out yet until you get above that neckline. And 420.56 is a potential upside target. And you can actually see if I flip to the 10-minute chart, I do have a beautiful, beautiful downsloping channel that if you break out, you should retest that 422 area of this original parallel channel that connects to this pivot high, this pivot high, this pivot high, this pivot low. So expect markets to maybe retrace there in the near term. But anything can happen. The markets are in a sell side mode, and we could still keep trending lower. You never know. Neo is trying to make a little bit of a move higher here. Gave you that Neo. Oil down 2%.
Yeah, they were built by the team that built Zynga. And that's when I first found out.
You're so fucking okay there, right?
Yeah, baby.
They were built. That's when I first found out like that the PayPal mafia was a very real thing, and that in the valley, like that's how the networks. It's like the people that were major disruptors, whereas like Zynga was like the people that built Zynga. They all go together. Like that's how it works. It's very weird, crazy. Palm Pilot, the crew that made Palm OS. That's like up in Apple. Yeah, so those people, most of the original Palm people, like the real people that design the products are like at Apple now. Like where does the talent go? Yeah, it makes perfect sense. So like they build something like paradigm shifting, and then they all just move as like little curves from like disruptive company to disruptive company together. Right. I'm just saying, Coinbase looks like it's gonna have its own explosion real soon. Kind of that. Okay, baby. And I'm pretty sure that we're not at risk of any implosions. The Oracle today was a huge one yesterday, so probably good for a day or two.
Our QQQ is testing this breakout, guys. I did go long the QLD. But that's just my trade, and just kind of taking it slow here, less commentary as I'm scanning through other charts, looking at some individual tickers, trying to formulate my FOMC plan.
Target their contracts are at 390, pushing close to $4 from 315.
Damn, Casey, what coins did you take?
NVIDIA, 630. UDT, 315. Sitting at 390 right here. Come in hand with the 5 breakout.
Yeah, I think that's and I was late. I was like,
SPY getting a nice pop here. See if it gets a W pattern here, double bottoms. Downside reversal. And it closed. So it gives any kind of pullback to the yellow line at 36.37 here. Good risk reward. NVIDIA hitting 200 EMA on the 5 minute.
DWAC getting a nice big push to the high side again. DWAC is moving higher here, guys. That one's been strong all day. If you've been buying the dip on DWAC, it's been proved to be a really, really good trade. Again, the QQQ triggering that head and shoulders. There's a chance we can retest and then push up, but you have triggered this little inverted head and shoulders. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, neckline clearly broken. Upside target takes us to about 421.58, and I see us pushing to about 422.
It's time to party. Crypto names getting a pop here.
They're gonna pop.
Snow's getting a pop back up to 200.
Guys, DWAC looks like it wants to push to that $45 level, which still implies an upside move of roughly, if it pushes to $45, that's still a move of roughly 8.5% from current levels. It's always risky trading it, but if this market plays out, if it's inverted head and shoulders plays out here to the Qs, that's going to lift the SPY, that's going to lift the Russell, and that's going to lift DWAC some more. Microsoft's still weak though. Microsoft's funny how Microsoft was rallying when the market was selling. Now it's kind of opposite. The market's rallying and Microsoft's selling. Definitely interesting.
I have 196.35. So. Close enough. Yeah.
Who just joined?
That hammer candle on IBM at the bottom.
Yeah, sorry. My internet reset.
IWM River. SPY W pattern working out so far for the double bottom.
Back VWAP at 487.48. Let's see what we get there.
Snow got a long trigger. I was trying to get over 200. Long trigger distance.
What's the orb on SPY? I don't have a 30-minute chart.
On the 30-minute?
Order filled.
So,
488.37.
48.37. Oh, we got a lot to go there.
Yeah. The 489.07.
Okay.
Back in the floor.
It's the Lord. And Vita.
Level earlier.
If you wanted the heavy, the main trade. And Vita played the Lord, and she went to the Lord.
Yes, sir. NVIDIA 630 calls up $100 per contract here. Beautiful cup and handle.
Bless you, babe.
Bless you, Miss Whale.
Mrs.
Whale.
Get me married and shit, alright? Mrs. Whale.
All right, 487.37 is that MMK level here on SPY. That's where it rejected earlier, 1115. So see if it rejects or if it can break above it.
Where's the
Got
113? Jordan, you have the 113 on your chart, right?
Yes, sir. It's at
Fine. You don't have
487.17.
okay, cool. We're above it.
18.
Ooh.
So yeah, I'd like to see a 15-minute close above it. Then we'll probably retest it. I've been absolutely just chewing.
Order filled.
Frank just added more to his shorts, I think.
I added, like, I'm trading around this piece of shit.
Fragel wants to see what can be got. Fragel, check your DMs, baby. Thing's a certified beast.
Alright, we're back below that 113. Let's see. Because this is also an AGR right here.
What? I put it on. I have it
Time break.
486.95.
Put what on?
113.
Big rejection on SPY there on that one.
Where do you have the
Is that 486.95? You on that one?
Yeah. I have extended hours on my chart too.
I do too. I don't know. All I know is from the one that Mikey always says, I know if I have the 15-minute 9, it's like the same.
I have it on the one.
Oh, so you're actually looking at the 15-minute, not 9, not the. You're not actually looking at the 113, Jordan. It just typically lines up, right?
Yeah, well, I've been told multiple times that it's the exact same thing.
Oh,
I put it on the one just to play.
Yeah. Either way, I know the 15-minute 9 has been a great piece of confluence for me. At least you guys have heard me talk about it plenty. So whether if it's the 113 or not, I don't know. But every time I say it, Mikey doesn't correct me, so I'm assuming it's right around the right spot.
I put it there for you. Not Josh.
where above?
I put it on my chart for you.
Where's your chart? Oh, you didn't post it. You're just saying like it's on there.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to jump to the server streaming.
Nah.
Yeah.
I have too many things on my screen right now.
Yeah. It's all good. Just asking that, and you shall receive.
Love you.
Another potential name that could squeeze higher here, guys, is AMC. AMC is positive in a weak market, up 2.5%.
Yeah, so
It is looking like it's curling. It's above all of its short-term moving averages, and it is looking like it wants to potentially push higher here.
93.
If you can get a close above the 426 area, that might be a super bullish move for
Now
AMC.
over it. So, I mean, there's a fair value, give or take, that we just like that big push was pushing over it.
Mhm.
And so now we're coming back down, and essentially that volume shelf that we created would be retesting it slightly lower from here.
Order filled.
on, break. All right. Here we go.
Here we go.
Still over it.
Testing the 9 EMA here, but that was a beautiful rejection off that level again.
Yeah, I didn't like that little blip that just happened. I won't lie, I'm puckering a little bit.
He's puckered up.
So which big companies got earnings tonight? I think Amazon's tomorrow, right?
Gotta break 50.
Meta.
Good shape here. Gotta break 50.
Amazon's today? I thought it was tomorrow.
No. Sorry. Amazon and Meta and Apple tomorrow. Biggest one tonight is really Qualcomm.
Qualcomm. Okay. Amazon, Meta. Okay. I'm trying to see if I'm doing something with Amazon's today reaction. Thanks, Eric.
Like it's real close to it, but it's still over it.
Yeah.
Wild. It's like hammering right over it.
I'm in good shape, but I just stopped in profit.
Ooh.
See what happens.
Damn, Meta made new high there.
You want to bounce on it?
So it's a mixed bag of tricks right now. You have semis under a little bit of pressure, Nvidia starting to curl down, SMCI starting to curl down, and Microsoft curling down. You have Apple, Tesla, Meta all curling up. Google, Amazon looking a little weak, which is kind of why we're stuck in this range. DWAC is trying to push up again. Look at this little inverted head and shoulders here on the 2-minute chart, guys. You break this neckline, and we're going to go for a new high of day. And that implies another potential 3.86% move. Look out, guys. Look out below. Watch out above. DWAC's about to go. DWAC is about to go if it triggers this neckline. It's up on the session 10.26%, and notice how it's just been doing this stair-step pattern right from basically the open. Gap up, low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. That's in an uptrend. That's a strong uptrend in a weak market, guys. I don't know if there's going to be more news from President Trump, former President Trump, but certainly he's helped us make money today with this acquisition vehicle. And this is just a trade. That's absolutely it.
Yeah, that's what I do as well.
Sure, like 47, 60.
Just a trade.
Maybe. But that's like, dude, I can't trip. That's too much of a move. That would mean over 40. That's way below free market low.
488.
Yeah, free market low is 488. Like that moves over by that order. Waiting for that.
I'd say that 15-minute low, or a 15-minute 945, that big red candle down on the SPY lines up right at 488, your pre-market low.
Yeah, I have like 488, 37 or something.
Yeah. For the listeners, for the NVIDIA trade, I just put the chart there at the top of
Look at
spaces.
the bounce. Hold the 113.
Again, just a cup and handle breakout there on the 5-minute, $100 per contract gain on the 630s that I called out. So just nice little chart setup there for a quick scalp. Easy $100 before FOMC.
You got 2 hours till FOMC.
An hour and 40 minutes. But
Did paper? Did you? I don't know. It might have been the economic calendar I was looking at, but over the weekend, it literally said it was at 1 o'clock. I have like screenshots of this shit, and now it's changed to 2, which I know it's normally at 2, but I was just like reading the economic calendar.
I'm down to runners. I don't know. I just got a break here.
I just usually think like 2:30.
Yeah. I was just tripping. I'm like, why is this wrong?
CB's just looked bearish again.
Yep.
So just barely over it. It's not even.
Oh, excuse me, guys. It's like watching paint dry right now. All the volatility's been sucked out of the market. You know, a few things are moving. DUAC, semis are a little bit. UVXY, oil's down on the session. A couple of percentage points. Here comes DWAC, guys. It's trying to break out. The volume is starting to pick up here. Intraday, it's above average volume at the highs here, trying to get a breakout. Hasn't triggered the neckline yet, but it's getting very, very close to doing so.
Where a candle closes, right? I enter a lot of the time, like based on where we're approaching, and then how the price action is looking, leading into it, and reacting at it. So when I look back at the chart, you know, I can't see that the same way. I could get an idea of which candle, like around where, but it's not the same as I entered on this candle because of this. But Frank knows.
I almost lost it when you fucking bought that this morning. I was about to jump through the screen and choke you out.
You should have, you motherfucker.
No, because, you know, it could confuse things. Confuse you, but I should have said something. I'm like, this is ridiculous. I mean, it was going up a point every freaking 8 seconds. I'm like, this is a flash.
Oh yeah, but I took
And the rest of the market, all the other ones were flat. Yeah.
I re-entered it when we retested Jordan's hedge pressure. And then it. Oh wait, no.
It's a 40.
That was the one I did do that also, but I did that and I took the 50. It put me red on the day by like 50. Where did I enter on my third trade? I don't even remember. Oh, I remember now. It was, I think, around like 10 to 14. No, I was in it before that.
Yeah, I was in longs with you off Hedgy Fresh. And then we got the 5-minute close below, so I stopped out of those. Should have flipped short. That would have been a great trade.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of which one. I don't even know. I'll figure it out later. I'll look at my profile.
DUX just pulling back a little bit with the Qs.
Is like the weirdest like platform.
Apple's curling up, Nvidia's curling down, Microsoft curling down, Google curling down, Meta curling down, Tesla curling up, Amazon curling up.
Strategy.
All right, so now the S&P is also potentially forming a inverted head and shoulders here. It's a very sloppy one, but you kind of can make this out as a left shoulder since it's higher than this low pivot. Your neckline would basically be
Yeah, but it's not out of control.
right around there, which suggests if we break out, a move back up into the 488 range. So I do expect a little bit of a rally, but then again, I just look at the dollar and it's also trying to push up. So this is a very, very weird tape, guys. A very weird tape here. You see the dollar trying to break out here. That might hinder this market just a tad.
Where I'd be happy, and then I'd have a market sell also pending right now, I'd have to go.
So DWAC just made a new high of day, trying to break out on volume. DWAC did make a new high of day, watching that inverted head and shoulders pattern.
Resubmit in order to basically just voice the other one and override.
Just saying.
Here it comes, guys. DWAC is giving us the break. DWAC is giving us the break. Come on. Rejection coming in. Not quite ready yet. SPY and Qs are pushing up.
That's very short. It's just how long my audio clip is. Sorry.
All right. I forgive you. Come on, Microsoft. Just join the party with Apple.
You're in Microsoft.
No, I'm just watching it. If Microsoft joins the party, it'll help send SPY them. It's the largest weighted ticker in it now.
No, it's the best stock in the world.
Well, that too.
Yeah.
It's now my largest weighted stock as well.
It's a good one.
Without me having to readjust my whole positioning just because it overtook it.
Yeah, I overweighted boom. I got toasted on that old bar shenanigan. I probably should have.
New PST, new high a day, all new high a day.
Oh, yeah.
Fully expect CBNA to make a new high a day. Affirms about to make a new high a day. Tinder, if you swipe right, you should be more than green.
Look at these small caps, guys. Short squeeze is coming into play on many of these names. Short squeeze is coming into play. Look at this move up.
On your 113, do you have extended hours on?
Depends on how I want to look at the situation. But yes, I have extended hours on.
Okay, just like an example, where do you see it right now on the SPY?
One moment.
Un momento.
Un momento.
Mi amor.
Why are you doing that, Frank?
Ooh.
Go ahead.
Okay, so SPY broke the EMA 113 for the first time today. Well, technically second, about a half hour before it did it too. And then it tested the 200, dipped back down to the 55, and now retesting the 200 again. Let's see if she breaks. If she breaks, then we could see 487.98. But anyways, the EMA 113 is at 487.11.
Gotcha. Okay, mine's 3 cents above. If you're using the 15 minute.
DVNA inverse head and shoulders on a 5 minute here.
47.98. Perfect. Let's see.
So to repeat what I said, SPY broke the EMA 113 for the first time. Okay, a power up right to the 200, rejected, back down to the 55, and then back up to the 200. Now let's see what she's gonna do. If she breaks here and that green candle closes above the EMA 200 at 487.37, so I want a clean close, so 487.39, then we could see 487.98.
You want to think those right?
No, I was trying to get the settings right because, I have it lower than where you have it. I'm at 1 minute. Gaps off. HLC 3 or OHLC 4. Offset 0.
So Carvana and DWAC are both triggering inverted head and shoulders patterns here, guys. Carvana's trying to break out here. Same thing with DWAC. Both are trying to break out here.
I used Weeble for that and Trendspider.
Paper is going to be different no matter if you put it in exactly how he does it. Doesn't matter. The EMA will be 100% different. Slightly, but it's just the way it is. If you're doing it on TradingView.
I go
I'm telling you right now, the most accurate EMA 113 out of every trading application I have used so far is Webull and TrendSpider. Those are the two most accurate.
I get a nice balance of the two, I feel like, with the 15-minute 9. I'm very close to where you're at most of the time, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, so like if you use it on the trading view, then the number will be different.
That makes sense. We were trying to figure it out.
Guys, I just took a long trade on Carvana here at 44.84. 44.84. It's just a small position. Just a small position. After we're seeing this breakout, this upside target should give us a move, 2% move from the neckline. Should give us a new high of day.
Oh, yeah. If you put the literal on trading view and you look at it, yeah. For me to get it, I'm using the 15-minute 9. If that makes sense, AJ.
No, that does
Yeah, the 15-minute 9 is closer than
So the 15-minute 9.
Someone just made an offer. Nike getting slammed on Adidas earnings here, guys. Nike is getting hit on Adidas earnings. Look at that drop on Nike. Down, let's see if we have a day tradable level. Oof, this is a bearish breakdown. You lose this little neckline here. It's a bearish breakdown. So Adidas earnings are out and Nike's getting hit in sympathy. All right, let's just see here. I'm looking at some potential levels here. I have a gap fill all the way down here. Let's just throw up a quick fib retrace from our low to high move. So we're coming up into the 618. We bounced off of that level. You might want to flush down to Nike on 96. I don't know how bad the earnings are on Adidas. I really don't know how bad the earnings are. There is a gap fill trading right around down here at 100. What would this drop be on Nike? That would be a 3% drop. Oof. Risky trying to trade this here. Very interesting. That's going to hit consumer discretionary more. So XLY, Nike's a part of the XLY. Indices are breaking down just a little bit here, guys.
You want to tell me high level? So what do you think's going to happen?
But I was just analyzing the amount of issuance that was announced for 30-year, 10-year, and 3-year, the highest in 3 to 4 years. So if you combine that with steepening the Q2 issuance and an increased QT path, you're going to complete like a double whammy increase really steep yield curve.
Is there not one in that bag? All right, so we're seeing the markets break down a little bit here. Again, still holding above the neckline on the Qs. So still technically it's okay to for further upside.
You can look hard enough, you can find a data point with or something. But I think it's gonna go ahead, Sean. I think it's gonna validate more of what he's trying to accomplish from March, January, March, based upon what Yellen's kind of.
I'm not really a firm believer. I mean, obviously we know Yellen's got connections, right? She used to be a Fed chair.
SMCI is breaking down here, guys. It's potentially triggering a bearish pattern on the 5-minute chart. You lose the 528 pivot, and you could actually see this fall down to about 518. So it could see a $10 fall, which would definitely put pressure on the semiconductor market.
Funding cost standpoint, visibility. So we'll see. I think the Treasury announcements are, for the most part,
Google new low of day.
a little bit overblown.
Microsoft's trading near the lows. Apple's off of the lows. Tesla's well off the lows. Tesla actually looks like it wants to go positive. So XOY stocks are firming up. Potentially some capital rotating out of the semis into CVNA. Did not break out of that neckline, kind of having a little bit of a failed breakout right now. So we're down slightly on that trade. It could still be forming a right shoulder, but look at that big drop on the Qs. Retesting the breakout trend line, pre-market low. This needs to hold. If this doesn't hold, we're going to go lower, guys. Wow, everything's breaking down here. 1237.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I think it's just you need to run a deficit in order to have a GDP.
Don't know if there's any news, but indices are looking vulnerable here. Very, very vulnerable. Apple's still holding. Google's at new lows. Microsoft's at the lows.
That might be a factor, yeah. The other thing that you should keep in mind, Yellen, it's political, right? And,
only 3 sectors green on the session. You did have 6 sectors earlier. JP Morgan finally turned red. So now you should see more pressure on the Russell with JP Morgan trading red now.
He's basically screaming at them, get it under control because it's out of control. And they're trying to, but they're not really listening because it's a very political situation. And it's a election year. That's from a high up level. But Jamie is definitely talking to them about the issue. And it's going to come to a head this year. If I was going to call a black swan for the year, that would be it.
maybe you will see. I think the biggest black swan event that we could have is consumer credit. And consumers are not going to be able to pay back by April because, usually by April, people that get tax receipts or tax refunds are paying down those credit lines. And we are at historic levels when you're looking at revolving credit utilization. And that's a data point that's issued by the Fed. It'll be coming out on the 8th of February, so keep your eye on that. But these extended levels, what we're seeing from Capital One, what we're seeing from Discover, these aren't blips. It is fueling growth when you're looking at spending, but it then puts out that credit risk standpoint that I don't know how we're going to be able to solve that outside of just people have cash in their mattress.
QQQ is still holding okay, but it needs to hold this level. You do not want to start closing below pre-market low.
They do go under for whatever reason, right? No one's going to want those assets. They basically just told all the
DWAC attempted a breakout, which failed. Carvana attempted a breakout, which failed temporarily. Still could come up for a retest.
issue back into the picture that no one wants to see. They want to keep that in private credit land. They want to keep that in private equity land, away from the public markets as much as possible.
Gotcha, yeah.
Regional banks again. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Yeah, I just wanted to check in with you guys. I'm gonna jump in and hear you guys. After the announcement here, hopefully you guys are gonna be popping in some decent trades. I know I forget which one of you calls it out, but the first move is not always the right move. So be very careful. Okay, yeah. So be careful.
So regional banks are getting clobbered today, down 3.71%. That actually is not a healthy sign for this market. Not a healthy sign. This looks like it wants to trend lower. Maybe we're seeing another catalyst here in the regionals, hitting the 50-day moving average. Intraday, it does look vulnerable, heading lower, which leaves the Russell 2000 vulnerable, but also a little inverted head and shoulders potential forming on the Russell. That kind of aligns with the Qs here. So I do anticipate more upside in the market.
Anyone else in those VIX calls with me about dollar plus and take a little bit more off the table, please. Thank you.
Big bump.
Yep. Yeah, I think this is the first time I played VIX long.
Yeah, I know. You've been shorting the hell out of it.
You're right. I actually played longs.
Slightly down on the trade. Still holding a long on DWAC here, high risk trade. This one still, I think, breaks out and makes a new high. We just need the market to firm up here. You kind of have a bigger shoulder now that supports this little 2-minute chart pattern. Russell 2000 is also moving up for us now. Oil new lows, nat gas is coming in. Bitcoin's still strong on the session.
Inverse head and shoulders now on IWM.
Well, if you're on a 1 minute, it could be a head and shoulders.
You're fine.
I'm on the 5. Mid 10-year below 3.4. That's very good for IWM.
Yes, sir.
5 bounced off the 486.58 level again. Still rejecting there at the top of the 47.36.
I'll reject you.
15 minutes.
I'll reject you.
It'd be like a little head and shoulders on SPY. I mean, inverted head and shoulders.
No, I'm listening, Casey. I listened to you all day. You've been very good today. I listened. I'm a good listener.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
You were pushing the put side, and everybody was giving you a hard time.
Yeah, it's the usual,
We're in the middle of the range. Yes, I can't believe how calm you are with the kids screaming in the background. Like that's definitely good dad. Like, yeah, she's screaming. Yeah, whatever. That's how you know they're alive, when they're screaming.
Yeah. Just crack open the door real quick, hear them screaming. Okay, they're still good out there.
They're good out there.
Check again in 30 minutes.
But there's always different types of screams. So.
Yes, different screams, different tones mean different things.
There's the whine scream and there's the daddy help me scream.
Yeah, you always know. You'll learn the difference between them.
Look at that candle. Fucking unbelievable. Right back up.
Oh, wow.
Gee. Did you pick that?
No.
It's hard to pick it at lunchtime. Yeah. That looked like news. It's straddling that 350 level.
Speaking of picking things, what do you use to get these schmugglers out of these kiddos' noses, Casey?
Got to buy one of those little, like the rubber sucker things. Yeah.
The bolt things?
Yeah.
I've seen these
tissue.
Mechanical.
Up for a new high day.
Tesla's making a new high of day here, guys. Tesla's surging and making a new high of day. Super bullish for Amazon to catch up and play sympathy. XOY, consumer discretionary stocks, should benefit from Tesla moving up. Tesla's actually going green. It's about to go green on the session. Remember, I did say Tesla was looking the best out of all the mega caps. And that's certainly playing out perfectly here. So look for sympathy trades with Tesla firming up. EV stocks, Rivian, NIO, they should all start to push up as well. NIO going for a new high of day. Rivian's breaking out of a range that it's been stuck in since 11:30. Affirm is squeezing higher here. Affirm is up. What is Affirm up here?
Look at all the tickers he's been calling out. PST, AFR, where are they all?
Bank of America, Citigroup. More importantly,
Tesla about to go green. SMCI is still selling off. SMCI did lose 528 pivot. It does make it vulnerable to go into 520. Currently trading at 525.
But not as many as usual.
correct.
Because they act like death. They don't act like death. They just act like dead money. It actually is not that bad.
We'll see.
SPY down 0.8%. NQ down 1.37%. Q's down 1.34%.
The telltale sign this morning, Frank, was when Qs were down 50 bips at ES30, IWM was went flat.
Yeah, for IWM, yeah.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, but Microsoft's still dumping.
Gee,
Microsoft new low of day. Nvidia is curling down.
like dumps with the indices, but-
Makes me want to switch out of my Q position to the Russell. Just 1 second, I'm getting a phone. All right, guys. So DWAC getting rejected, falling pretty sharply here. Carvana is actually trying to test a breakout here. The Qs are trying to push up. Small caps are getting a nice big bid off of the lows. Take a look at Carvana. This one could squeeze higher here. Carvana is moving up nicely. That's a big breakout. Kind of did a little bit of a fake out here, and now it is trying to push up.
That was my Bloomberg.
I don't think that Bloomberg terminal.
No, it's the Bloomberg TV.
VIX is dropping hard.
We have 1 hour until the FOMC rate hike. 1 hour and 8 minutes to be exact. Tesla did turn green there slightly. Tesla did turn green.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. 1 hour.
One hour left, ladies and gents.
I'm likely going to be playing off the strategy. That's what I pretty much always do.
The VIX is dropping here pretty sharply, which does imply potentially more upside for the major indices here.
T-Dizzle made a higher high. Spice just chopping now. Chop chop. Go numbers.
AFRM affirm new high a day. For those who took the calls with me this morning, you guys remember I mentioned that I expect CVNA affirm and UPST to do well. UPST new high a day. CVNA is pushing for that high a day. Get it, Mikey. Alta bouncing very nicely. Let's see if she can make a new high a day.
Be right back, guys. So we're getting a big pump up here into the FOMC rate hike decision. There is 1 hour left, and this is kind of standard affair. You usually see a big short covering rally in the major indices. You can see the QQQ. Again, we told you about the breakout. You got the retest. Could have bought the retest and you'd be up nicely. Hey there, BGB, MRA. Welcome to the stream. All right, so Carvana is still squeezing here. CVNA still squeezing. We're nicely getting a nice move up on Carvana here. We haven't even really seen this start to squeeze. Meta curling down. Yeah, I'll have one, thanks. All right, little pullback there in Carvana, pullback in the indices, just a minor candle. You're hitting the 2-minute EMA 113. We get above that, and this target becomes very likely. Which again, we gave you this target right from this breakout level. DWAC also trying to firm up again. It had a big sell-off off of the rejection. It's trying to firm up now. You are into some minor resistance.
FOMC.
How many minutes?
53. 52.
All right, guys, heavy volume is coming into Carvana. I repeat, heavy volume is coming into Carvana here. Volume is coming in. You can see we're going for this demand zone here. Big demand zone, which rejected us once, twice. If you break out of this, I mean, you have a rather large potential inverted head and shoulders that you're creating. Once you trigger this neckline here, I mean, you could see a move, a huge move in Carvana, which could happen today. Roughly a 5% move. So it hasn't triggered yet, but it's on watch. You have a mini inverse that has triggered, which puts you to 45.60, and then you have a larger one. If this pattern plays out on the mini, this mini one plays out, then you trigger the larger one. Again, the Qs are trying to firm up here. They are pushing up. All right, Carvana got slammed back down there.
No rate change order. Also, watch. And it's going to be about 2T. We're getting out of the box. Out of the box. Not the box. The Fed says we will be letting 95 billion roll off the balance sheet.
All right, guys, I just exited my QQQ trade. I just sold my QQQ trade here at 420.43. Sorry, it was actually QLD, but I did exit there for a nice little gain. We basically bought the little neckline here, sold it all the way up to here. So we are out of that trade right now. Still holding my Carvana, DWAC. One stock that I think is going to make a really big outside moves in the next few weeks is this Tupperware Brands. I'm thinking we're going to get a big move on Tupperware Brands. Daily chart doesn't look the greatest. It's almost potentially breaking down here, but you have triggered this inverted head and shoulders on the daily chart here. And again, this upside from the trigger of the neckline should take us to about 364 target, which is a fairly large move. And you can see you've broke out here, retested the neckline, retested again, and trying to hold above it right now.
They're looking for, almost 75 basis points lower by June of this year. They're looking for basically 1, 2, 3, one rate cut.
Hourly chart of the Q still inside of that big red bar. 10-minute chart looks better. 2-minute chart we've been watching.
March, May, June, July. Basically everything. Okay. And let's stop from September, November. What they say. So current conditions. We shall see.
Man, 406.
So the dollar's trying to perk up just a little bit here, and markets are seeing a little bit of distribution. Again, on the Qs, you can see on the Qs, we're actually hitting this little demand zone. Whole host of resistance in and around this area, which is why the markets are striking a previous pivot bounce here, breakaway gap zone. Markets are trying to chew through that little supply and push higher.
Not if you're in with me, it's not.
Dollar's also trying to break out of a little neckline zone.
Watch INTC $44 call.
All right, Qs, big push on the Qs coming into the picture here.
Beautiful spot.
They are squeezing it.
Up 16% on SPY, 491s.
There we go.
They're just ripping.
There's been a lot of bad news with Tupperware. Does that play into your analysis, or is it not a big deal? Non-compliance and getting sued. Honestly, I love when stocks are getting bad news, and you can see that it's barely traded down off of that news. So what that's telling me is that, okay, the news, it really isn't that bad. I love buying stocks when there's bad news, especially if they're kind of at a support level. They're seeing some lowering volume consolidation. And I know they still have gotten that extension move. It's a super risky trade, don't get me wrong. You know, it's a huge speculation trade, Tupperware Brands, not a long-term hold. But, you know, with the extension that they got from the New York Stock Exchange and potentially getting a new auditing partner, I think that Tupperware Brands still could pop over 4, 5, 10, maybe even at the high side, $10. That's kind of the max move, but I do like the fact that the bad news really hasn't forced it to collapse like we've seen. Now, it could be wrong. I mean, it could still collapse tomorrow for all I know, but it's really just been holding in this range.
Don't forget about ENPH and
Big push on Amazon. I don't know if there's news on Amazon, but it's a massive 10-minute candle on Amazon. Huge push in Amazon. Huge push. The VIX is almost giving up most of its gains. Coming in pretty sharply now on the VIX.
VO is about to break the high of the day. For those who still have the 112s and the 115s.
For everybody that wanted a boat tour, I just did one on my YouTube stream, so go rewatch it if you've wanted a boat tour for the longest time. Boat tour. Everybody's like, dude, can you show us the boat? Show us the boat. I'm like, all right. Shark, you look at that 30 minutes, man. You tell me I get it, baby. Right.
ABGO, she pushing for that higher day. She's almost there for those in the 1220s. With me.
All right, pay a little time here. What a shit.
Microsoft, I see 380 calls for December 19, 2025 about holy shit, about 72 million.
That was a good question, though, Mike. Very good question.
Yeah. Affirm, I see 4750 call for May 17th, 500,000 AFRM.
All right, so from basically now till 2 o'clock, we should start to see the volume slightly pick up here. Slightly pick up.
Yo, guys, I'm almost green.
Tell half and hope you're wrong. If you come higher, you're going to be good, right?
Probably.
Probably gonna have to make a little higher low.
Alta is pushing for that higher day. For those in the Alta calls.
Right when I said I'm almost got baby. And I can't
For 515 for Alta.
I'm not almost green anymore.
All right, guys, I'm cutting Carvana just for a small gain. I just exited Carvana for a small gain. I am seeing the dollar trying to firm up here. The dollar is trying to firm up here and push higher, so I just exited Carvana for a small gain off of this pullback.
Look, I will not be wrong.
I'll be wrong. Like, either way, even if it went green just there, I was wrong. And then I was just stupid. And then if I got lucky. But I'm very close. Right now, it's like, if it pulls back further than here, I have to sell it regardless because I don't have time to let it bounce again.
You took 0 days?
Yeah, because I'm an idiot.
SMCI, big drop on SMCI. Remember, this one was leading the semiconductors higher. Maybe it's foreshadowing more of a bigger decline coming into fruition. Look at this. SMCI is selling off pretty hard here, guys. So this one could be foreshadowing. Since it was the strongest semi, it could be foreshadowing some more downside, guys. Keep it on watch.
GO, new high a day.
Correct.
All right, we're getting a little sell-off here ahead of FOMC. I exited DWAC as well, just for another small gain. $41 sell, another 70-cent gain there. Just moving more defensively here as we approach that FOMC rate hike.
I'm out. Love you guys. I gotta hop on a call. Rule breaking. And that problem.
Big drop on SMCI. Remember I said if you lost that 528 pivot, which was all the way over here, that we would likely test 520. And we're almost at 520, 521 there.
Okay. Got 30 minutes here.
Everyone sold out of that rally.
Yeah. I mean, it has just been. Listen, they've tried to bounce it. It's been shitty. Of course, obviously, FOMC can change anything, but it's just, yeah.
And there's a potential 30-minute head and shoulders on the Russell 2000. That would imply a move up in yield, move up in dollar, but FOMC can really change anything. You know, it's such a fundamental catalyst that no one really knows the market reaction that's about to trend and transpire. But with the earnings being weak, you should favor continuation selling, but we'll see. We will see.
Believe it or not, the biggest move of the day in NQ was from the bottom up. Left 15 minutes.
Oh, wow, yeah. NT has been a lot better than tonight.
That's dependent on the government's months.
T-minus 30 minutes.
And no watch that.
You know, I think it's going to be like whatever they got. Lieutenant Green, it's just going to be more of the same. Watch this thing just be like an event.
Yeah.
Don't get that back. Sorry.
And then they'll start looking at the market right after, right?
SMCI still selling. Nvidia coming down sharply now. Tesla still curling up. Apple curling down. Microsoft curling up. Google finding some more sellers.
I want to say something crazy, you know, what if he does something wild? It's basically it. We're back at it again, and it's tea time with Jerome Powell. Raise rates again. Paper, you ready for tea time, baby?
Yeah, I'm trying to find where is I'm on the Federal Reserve YouTube.
It should be on there somewhere.
They don't have the link up yet.
Or just type it into Google. It'll like be on their website.
I'll send it to you.
T-minus 32 minutes till FOMC rate hike decision. Nvidia and semis are still selling off pretty hard here, guys.
Thank you, Mikey. Last time it did not work, just to let you guys know. But it does work every other time. That time,
All right, guys. So I'm going to go over some QQQ levels. But basically, let me just quickly look at this. If we get a pop, if we get an FOMC pop on the Qs, I like a short resistance level roughly at the 423.90 to 424 area. I like that short on the Qs. If we get a drop, a buyable level I like is around that pierce of 417, 416.80, around that area, 416.74, 416.80. Hey, Narish, welcome. Anyone in a line? ALGN. I did trade that when it was below 200, around 190. I had a swing along with members. Not in anymore. I remember it had that massive drop on earnings, went sub 200. I think it was at 195, 190, something like that. And we started buying that, but I'll take a look in a second. Yeah, so we bought this trend line down here. I had that big gap down. So it's consolidating bullishly. Looks ready to pop here. Trades with the market though.
Mike, what are your thoughts about this stuff?
Well, the 491 calls are part of it. in my Telegram group, and I'll let you guys know what my thoughts are.
T minus 25 minutes till the rate hike. Tesla's gone green, positive on the session. It's the only mega cap that's positive.
Oh boy, the clock is ticking. Let's see what we can do. Previous forecasted was 5.5% February decision.
All right, so semiconductors are weak heading into the FOMC. Communication stocks like Google and Meta have caught a bid. Microsoft curling down, Tesla curling up.
Oh my god, it's so quiet in here. I could hear if I can pin drop. Oh my god.
Mikey! Where's that beautiful tail point you going, Mikey?
Ladies and gentlemen, DRB. Hello.
We're still back in the box. Everybody's just waiting.
Remember the QQQ did trigger that head and shoulders. Mara should pop on Jay Powell's speech. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously going to be pending what the Some relative strength plays are in like Tesla if this market wants to rip higher off of FOMC, which is probably likely. We will probably get a swing in both directions. It's just a matter of which way is going to happen first. Tesla looks primed to have a big push. SMCI, or sorry, not Carvana, maybe DWAC as well. That one's trying to push up.
Add it to my side call.
Again, below 417, I like to buy the Qs. Above 424, I like to short it. These will be inching in, just a DCAing. I'll take my position divided by 4 times. In terms of SPY resistance, let's just see where we're trading right now. DWAC is starting to get a little bit of a spike here ahead. They often like to spike the shitcos and the SPAC companies ahead of FOMC. I have seen that playbook quite a bit of times. All right, SPY support is going to be all the way down at 485.50. Big support down there on the hourly chart. Resistance is going to be at around 488 so far, but we'll see how much of a spike they want to do.
So Telegram, that's the map out for the FOMC. So pay attention to the zones inside that map. If we hold an SPX 4900, okay, the post FOMC volatility crush vanity fuel should press equities higher into 5,000. From there, we'll look for extended upside if and when called the walls real higher. The downside trick is going to be a bit trickier. It won't take a lot to do 4,800. Okay, however, you should anticipate a systematic breakdown, right? And then along coming with that will be buyers, calling sellers. And so they could potentially take swings at that level. So you need to be cognizant of that. I really need to see a break of that $4,800 level and SPX really become a believer. So this trading volatility I see going extended into OPEX, which is the 16.
Big push in semis. Tesla's continuing to rip. Google's rallying off of the lows here. Love XOM 105 can happen towards the close. Yeah, energy has been hit today on the back of the weaker oil. Oil right now down 2.73% and falling. That's positive headwinds for the market.
Look good, or it could be done wrong. Remember, I'm bound to get an FOMC wrong. I gotta lay that out there.
All right, so markets are rallying into the rate decision. Again, expectations are for rates to hold steady. So watch those yields because that'll be indicative of whether or not the bond market believes the rate decisions. Right now, yields have fallen sharply on the 2-year yield down 2.1%, 10-year yield down 1.6, 20-year yield down 1.1. So yields have fallen sharply into this meeting. So we'll see if Fed's inflation expectations are still on track. But there's going to be two big outside moves. You'll get a first initial move from the rate hike. That'll last about half an hour, 25 to 30 minutes. And then you're going to get another big move off of Jerome Powell. So right now, indices are rallying into it. I'm not looking to gamble ahead of this. We have 11 minutes. The volume is slowly starting to uptick. The dollar is also pushing just slightly here.
1.38% increase on spot from low to high. So these have been much more tame compared to the last, earlier last year FOMCs, where we're seeing 5, 10, some 15-point moves. So just for most, right, try not to predict price, look to react to it. Trade alongside your candle by candle method and take profit on pivot breaks.
What's up, people?
Yo, what's up, Mike?
Good yourself?
Pretty good. Just been chilling. Or send Frank an invite. Gotcha. Frank, I sent you a DM. I'm up. Can you hear me?
Can you guys hear me? This is.
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, I was on the stream.
I was on the other platform. I just put on.
All right, guys, 8 minutes. 8 minutes. So have your QQQ levels ready. I'm going to just expand this chart up a little bit so we can see the resistance and support. I'm going to draw in another little.
We got FOMC in 8 minutes. Check the thread up above.
So if we pop into this vicinity here, 424 or higher, we will look to start accumulating shorts. If we drop into 416, maybe even a little lower, we'll look to start accumulating some longs. Get ready, guys. Get ready for the FOMC. What indicators are you using? EMA 113 in orange, and then this is the 50. That's pretty much it. Sometimes I use the RSI, but just keep it simple. Trend lines, moving averages, and I do a little bit of standard deviation math. Screw Jerome. I know. The whole world awaits Jerome. 6 minutes, guys. 6 minutes till showtime. So far, indices are just holding in a neutral zone here. Neutral zone, pre-market low, pre-market high. The calm before the storm is here.
Yeah, exactly right.
Nah.
So markets are taking a little bit of a sell-off here ahead of the FOMC. Just a little minor sell-off.
Still not gonna do anything at 2:30 anyway. I hear you.
5 minutes to showtime, guys. Brace for impact. Brace for impact. Narish. Watch out for Jerome.
You know how they got really thin after the earnings came out last night, Sharky? Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. So like when it starts looking like that, I'm like, oh my god, stop. Don't trade that. Extremes only.
Alrighty.
5 minutes.
Sure, you taking your pants off?
Yeah, pants are coming off. Get ready. Shirt's coming off. It's about to get spicy up in here.
So watch out for a potential pop and then drop.
Oh, okay.
What he says regarding the cuts and when they're going to come and how they're going to and how much and all that other stuff is going to be very crucial to whether we're going to continue going up or we continue falling down.
For that. Go buck up. He says, yes sir, buck up. Getting real spicy. Hot tub streams with AC. All right.
Here we go, guys. All right, so we're going to get some news and some volume increasing in the next few minutes here.
Do not come. Oh, Ghost wants blood. You heard it here first. All right. Ghosty wants blood.
I want the spy to drop down.
Oh, Casey wants blood too. Uh-oh. Oh, shit.
Oh no, whale's back.
I need to pop a fresh African chuggy. Get that lip burn going. Get me feeling right. You know what to do, Sharky.
We're just gonna have like five.
One of these days, I'm gonna dedicate a live stream to me building a full of my MC syntax. Fuck whale.
2 minutes to rate hike, guys. 2 minutes. Let's get ready for some volatility. Watch for initial pop and then drop.
Not like the dot.
I guess I should have not.
2-year yields at 4.24 going into the meeting. 10-year yields at 3.96. Will we get back above 4% on the 10-year?
Are you gonna use the small account for FOMC?
Yeah, I took all the money out of my other account because I don't do well when I trade more than one account at a time. So I put it to other use rather than leaving it in an account that I'm not trading as cash.
Are you still in the position?
No, I sold it before.
All right, 1 minute and 7 seconds.
I'm down decently on the day. I'm down $638, aka 11% on the day, because that was a double size position, and I'm a dumb little bitch.
It's just like taking 2 red trades.
Yeah.
If yields fall, small caps are going to rip. I repeat, if yields fall anymore, small caps are going to rip. All right. 30 seconds.
It's gonna pop up to 488.8.
Bold call UPSD to pop 20% today. Holy shit.
Charlie's about to start talking.
All right, here we go.
40 seconds. Merry Christmas, everybody.
30 seconds.
I feel like anybody that's in any positions.
SPY is getting a little bit of a down candle now.
10 seconds.
Down move coming into fruition. Big drops in equities. That's the initial drop.
Federal Reserve leaves key overnight policy rate unchanged at 5.25%.
Yields are pushing here.
It says economic outlook uncertain. Removes reference to possible additional rate hikes.
That's not good news for equities right now. Big sell candle, dollars ripping.
Voted 12 to nothing for the Fed signs rate action. Does not expect to reduce rates.
VIX is popping.
Rate of confidence inflation moving for 2%.
Those are not some confident words. Dollars ripping, yields are ripping. Big drop, big drop. All right, we can look for some buy levels if we go a little bit lower here. I just took shorts on Carvana, 45.51. I'm short Carvana. This is super, super risky. All right, dollar's taking a small breather. Big volume. All you've done on the Qs is a retrace back to this little neckline. Yields are still pushing, dollar's still spiking.
I took SPX 4930 calls, risking low of day for a scalp.
Guys, I took a small short on Carvana, 44.51. Small size position. It's a 1/4 entry. This is super risky. And I'm looking at a buy level on the Qs lower though. Let it fall. Let it fall. Dollar's ripping here, guys. Take a look at this dollar. It's basically the inverse move. Look at that dollar move.
I have, just for what it's worth, I have monthly hedge pressure at 480, 250. So if we were to get down to there, it'd be a nice pivot point.
New lows on the SPY here, guys. New lows. We can buy the QQQ a little bit lower here. So SPY making new lows. Qs did not make new lows, but losing pre-market low here, guys. All right, our Carvana short is now in the money.
Big sell on PayPal.
Pretty much a big sell on everything across the board. Guys, QQQ buy level is a little bit lower. Keep on watch for the QQQ buy level.
Getting flushed. The boys inputs on the stream are getting paid. Bunch of DJs.
DWAC, huge flush on DWAC. Big flush. I have a buyable level on DWAC for a bounce around a Pierce of $39. Keep that on watch. So we're just short Carvana right now. I do have a buyable level on the Qs. It's a little bit lower though. We should go lower, guys. Yields are pushing. Dollar's still ripping at the highs. Remember, Powell still comes out. It's very rare we get the 1-2 punch where you have a bad reaction from the rate hike, and then you typically have a positive reaction. You typically have 1 and 1. But we could be in a scenario where we have 2 bad reactions. We'll see. Still early. It's still early.
Powell says, I don't think we're going to get a rate cut in March. But there was that big wick that went up initially. Oh, yeah, that doesn't. No, first move is down. Yeah.
All right, SPY's being gobbled up. So are the Qs.
Yes.
They are gobbling it up.
Initially, your downside.
I just threw another prediction.
Big bounce. I'm still seeing weakness in Apple, Microsoft, but indices are trying to be bought up here. They're trying to be gobbled up.
I'm gonna take a SPY, a lot of put. So 483 is February 2nd at $1.30. Size for 0.
Oh, I just got an alert. My CEOH is headed under that 50 bucks here soon.
Is it?
Yep, that's why I set my alert.
Guys, these indices look heavy. These indices look very heavy. I'm still holding this Carvana short. I think that should see a little bit more downside, but it is getting a pop now. Again, this is a small size position in case we're completely wrong on the trade. I only have a 1/4 entry so far. It is going against us briefly.
Oh, man.
All right, I just did the second entry at Carvana, 44.67. Again, very small size. Indices are getting a really big bounce here. Really big bounce.
It's official. CEOH is under the 50 paper.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and...
Seeing the VIX starting to lose momentum. Indices are still trying to bounce here.
Oh, nice whale.
Thanks. Ooh, IWM right off low of day there.
BSH, Vishay International, popping here, Victor, San Diego.
So that was a little bit of a flusher. Now they're trying to push the markets back up. You're still really just stuck in a range here. This is just a quick wick down.
Keeping an eye on that as well. In case we rip.
There's still a chance we push lower, guys, because the dollar's still holding firm here. Dollar's trying to go green on the session. My average on Carvana is sitting at 44.55 short. 44.55 short. Slightly down the trade, but it's a very small position. Here we go. So indices are still selling off. Initial reaction, strong dollar pop. I still have a downside target of 416.83 on the Qs, guys. 416.83 on the Qs. VIX is slowly creeping back up. Dollar's pushing up again. It just went positive. That's going to be detrimental to small caps.
So I am thinking calls just because the first move looks to be down.
So again, hopefully we can flush. We're still just range bound. We haven't made a big move. We're still range bound. We haven't got that big move yet to occur. We're now in the money on Carvana, guys. We are now in the money on Carvana. See if we can get some more downside. Dollar's taking a small breather.
Profits at 10, 15, 20%. I want thousands.
Yeah, FOMC is fun because you could just like play way less cons and make like the same amount of money. Right. It's so nice.
All right, indices are catching a little bit of a bid here, guys. A little bit of a bid here. Carvana is still selling because interest rates have spiked up here. The 2-year yield was down over 2.5%. Now it's only down 1.47. So small caps are not liking the fact that yields and the dollar have popped. So notice the Russell is potentially breaking this range here, guys. And again, the Russell has this little head and shoulders pattern that could be playing out very, very shortly. You're technically at support, so you want to give it the benefit of the doubt to bounce, but doesn't necessarily have to do so.
What's TNX doing? TNX also under 4%. I think it's top, but it's still under 4. I think it tapped out, but I couldn't get over.
All right, I'm looking for Carvana to go negative. You have a gap fill at around $44.
I'm back.
Semis have actually firmed up. NVIDIA big bounce, biggest bounce of pretty much all the mega caps. SMCI as well getting a big bounce. Now you see the Qs trying to push higher. So small caps are much, much weaker right now on the session compared to the Qs. Qs are actually holding steady and firm, but the small cap index is potentially trying to break down. So we'll watch the small caps here because the small caps were the strongest index all day. All right, so dollar just got a positive 10-minute close. So it actually held its 10-minute breakout candle on the dollar. The dollar did hold its positive 10-minute breakout candle. All right, I think it's looking likely we have a sell-off into Powell. I think it looks likely that we have a sell-off into Powell, and then maybe Powell doesn't come out as hawkish, and it gets the market to bounce a little bit. But CVNA is falling more here, guys. So we're in the money nicely. Let's just remove these little... Come on, Carvana, give us more. Give us more. You have NVIDIA pushing higher, so semis are actually firming. Qs are much, much stronger than the Russell right now. And the SPY.
That's always so funny.
Potential 1 minute bear flag on SPY.
I'm going to be patient.
SMCI is pushing.
VIX is still up 5%. UVXY up 3.7. Bitcoin really unchanged. Small caps have taken a little bit of a hit. Oil really unchanged. Nat gas unchanged. Apple sold off from the highs. Microsoft still range bound. Google, Amazon still range bound. Nvidia is starting to curl up. Nvidia is trying to curl.
They won't allow sell stop orders on opening positions. That's crazy.
Look at VIX options. Not lately. Sorry guys, my bad.
Yeah, that is your bet, Jordan. Or
All right, indices are trying to firm up here, guys. They are trying to firm up here. Russell getting a bounce at support. Doesn't look like it's that big of a bounce. I'm still expecting these indices to trend a little bit lower. I'm going to take a SPY, high risk play, 485 0 DTE put, size for loss. SPY 485 0 DTE put, size for loss. So basically right here, we're looking for a move down to 485.
I like how now they
You
have
can
like
see SPY is testing the support level again.
almost playing on the FOMC like video while they wait. It's not just like
they gotta make some money.
I don't know if it's an ad, but
Dollar's taking a breather now.
just like an infomercial type of thing about the.
I think the predictions actually didn't hit. Let's see.
Month's over.
Yeah, I know.
So Nvidia is still curling up. That's going to help the Qs.
Damn, we came close, bro, because Evan's team dropped 0.7% away.
SPY closes above 487.11. I may just cut that put. So right now we just have a SPY put and a Carvana short. The Dixian yields are still bouncing off of their lows substantially here.
You need dollar coming down. TNX is a very unconvincing bounce, just saying.
Big sell-off are coming here. Okay, let's see if we can get 485 put in the money. Still holding Carvana short. Once we hit our downside targets, we'll flip long.
Oh, B-Trade's trying to come up.
See if they can get this gap.
So initial reaction is negative to the downside, but really we haven't left the range that we've been chopping in. But SPY is potentially breaking this key support zone. We break this level, our puts are going to print. Carvana's falling nicely, guys. We're up 25 cents on that trade per share. Wonderful job. I'm seeing Nat Gas trying to catch a bid. Come on. Just flush it. Just flush it so we can buy longs. Flush it so we can buy longs.
Spicy, man. I kind of want it.
So right now we're holding a SPY put slightly up on the trade. We took 485 0 DT put. And we also have a Carvana short. Both are in the money. Carvana's falling pretty sharply here, guys. Carvana is falling pretty sharply here. Look at this move. Look at this move. Beautiful, beautiful little move. We're trading Carvana on the short side. Come on. Give us a little bit of another breakdown. That Russell 2000 is back to that neckline test. It's going to be a bear flag that wants to break.
Disney lawsuit against Florida Governor DeSantis and a defendant over alleged retaliation. That's TIS.
Dollar's still trying to push. There's the small caps getting a minor bounce. SPY still hovering at the same support pivots. This is a big, big level for the S&P. Massive level.
I grabbed Nvidia 630.
All right, SPY's breaking lower, guys. Dollar's trying to push. 2-year yields down 1.73% still.
You have NQ and Apple for golden zones. Trying to hold it at least. I would be
Come on.
concerned just because of the press.
Give us a flush so we can go long.
4.6 is the level to maintain and not close below for Apple. For the longs and for longs on NQ, 330 needs to maintain.
SPY, they're trying to push it right back up.
Buyers trying to wick off of this pre-low day prior to the rate or the Fed decision.
Again, we will get a big reaction on Powell. He is probably bigger than the rate hike decision himself because of his tone, his opinion, his hawkishness.
This feels like they want to rip this thing up. Don't they?
Is that me?
I'm long NVIDIA.
NVIDIA is getting a nice move, potentially triggering a 10-minute inverse head and shoulders on NVIDIA. So NVIDIA is actually breaking out here, which makes me almost want to cut my my Carvana short and my SPY put. But definitely a 10-minute inverse head and shoulder is about to trigger in 2 minutes on NVIDIA. Keep NVIDIA on watch. We're still holding our SPY put here. And again, definitely check out my tradingcapital.ca Discord. We run a swing trading and day trading service. So we're currently below support on the SPY. It's a 1-minute candle, so they could wick us right back up. But we are potentially losing support here. 12 minutes, we will have Powell's rate hike decision in T-minus 12 minutes.
I like how on SPY they can.
Are up 0.5%, 0.6% on Carvana. But Powell still has to come out and do his press conference at 2:30. So interest rates are held steady. Interest rates are held steady. Look at this DXY. It's still holding firm, which is why our members are bulls on the dollar. Nice, beautiful technical breakout. IWM still coming in. SPY still trying to sell. Hopefully these 45 puts will get in the money. Look at Carvana go, guys. Look at Carvana go. Here we go. So we are short Carvana still. We are short the SPY with some put options. We're $1 away from getting that 485 level. Come on. Tesla coming down now. Tesla was looking relatively strong compared to the market, and now it's coming in. I'm expecting Carvana just went negative, guys. Carvana just went negative. Beautiful to see. Beautiful to see. We lose this 44 level on Carvana, and we could actually flush down to 43. Come on, baby. Give it to us. Give it us. We lose this pivot. It was a little gap fill at 43.90, but we could actually retest $43. Our SPY puts are printing, guys. Anybody that's taking this, please give the stream a like. We waited patiently. Come on, give us a flush. Flush it.
I see a SPY put, 480 put, about $1 mil.
A lot of bearish flow hitting the tape. Bearish flow is hitting the tape. A SPY 44 put. A lot of bearish flow hitting the tape. Might be a hedge. All right, guys, I just covered Carvana at 44.09. I just took profits on Carvana. Still riding my S&P short. I just took profits on Carvana right here. We're getting a retest of the support trend line. So I did take profits on that short. Congrats if you took that with us. Still riding my S&P put here, but it is looking like it wants to trend higher here. Does look like it wants to trend higher.
I also got to manage my S&P, which
Mom spaghetti.
Netflix is still relatively strong. Mara, it's cooled down quite substantially. Bitcoin's still trading above 43,000.
don't love this candle on NVIDIA.
NVIDIA may be a little bit of a fake breakout.
Don't love it.
Come on, SPY. Give us another little flush. I am looking at a Mara long. I do like Mara. If Mara can...
Indeed, baby, you got a hold here.
Nvidia's coming in a little bit. VIX is starting to perk back up.
But if she can, be the spot they slap it. For Eagle.
Small caps are breaking down here, guys. Small caps are breaking down. Still holding that SPY put. I'm liking Mara for a potential long, guys. It is into some support. All right, SPY's continuing to sell here.
CBC stop loss.
Come on, baby, flush it. Our puts are printing, guys. Our puts are printing. Please give this stream a like. Give it a comment. If you're banking with us, we've closed 100% of our trades for wins today. Again, all live stream 100% wins today. If these puts get in the money here, that's another win. Right now we're up tremendously, but I want to see if we can get in the money. I am just going to monitor this as a stop. If we start getting a close back above this resistance now, then I'm going to look to cut these puts and just take a small win.
20% here so far. So.
Carvana's still going lower. If you're riding those, Carvana's still going lower, guys. Dollar spiking. Microsoft new low of day. Microsoft's coming into its 398 gap fill. I love that area. If Microsoft flushes into 398.90, we will go long MSFT. Again, remember, I still have some downside targets on the Qs that need to be hit. SPY, look at the Russell, guys. Look at the Russell. New low of day. Russell's breaking down here. Triggering. The Russell's now triggering a 30-minute head and shoulders here. You have your left shoulder, you have your head, you have your right shoulder. 6 minutes, it triggers it. Will they save it?
155. You can lock in some profits before 2:30 here.
Dollar's spiking still. Carvana's still coming in.
I don't like that. SPY trying to hold that spot.
Yeah, it's trying to hold.
All right, guys, I just went long Mara. 18.05. I got filled at 18.05. Long Mara. M-A-R-A. Still holding a SPY put, but I'm looking at closing it.
Stop that. Nice short there, Frank. Thanks. Good job, man. Yeah, it was small.
So we're long at 18.05 Mara.
Paper got at us now.
Who's this? Golly, I feel like I've seen this play out before, where this double bottom and then they rip it and it gets carried away. I mean, I could definitely be wrong, but could you not see something like that playing out?
Oh yeah, of course.
Absolutely. I can see SPY rip like $5 to the upside, or just completely sell off to 383 if it breaks 385.
I'm gonna look to add into this.
Nice big bounce coming into Mara, guys.
Can't get out of its own way. Meta still can't get out of its own way. They gotta really catch a bit. Apple kind of like flat. Where's Apple?
We're long Mara here, guys. We are long Mara.
Okay, so you were like
Just for a quick little day trade bounce.
Okay, because you were like 383, man. If that happens,
Still holding a SPY put, but I'm actually going to close. I'm undecided here. SPY is trying to get back above these pivots here. Still getting rejected, but again, if we get a close above this pivot, I'm going to look to close it. All right, big bounce coming into Mara here. Come on, Mara, firm up, firm up. Bitcoin's trying to hold its gains.
And then, yeah, I mean, I could see SPY rip all the way up to
NQ long 5-minute CBC risk.
Yeah.
94.91.
I got
No, I missed it. long on SPY. I don't know if I'm going to take it because I'm already in NVIDIA. Still haven't really triggered quite yet. If this candle closes above previous candle high, then we will.
CBC alarm just went off.
Yeah, let's see if it closes. It's got to get the close.
Paper, what are you seeing? Anything?
Paper Daddy.
Paper's quiet. That means he's loaded up.
Paper's doing something.
Yeah, I went long. I'm long. That's what I'm saying, dude.
Am I correct in saying we're in this huge negative gamma situation?
All right, Bitcoin's trying to sell off here. So that's putting pressure on Mara.
Way too early.
Still holding that SPY put.
Enter just now.
You see a little bit of rejection is coming into the picture.
0 or 1 BTE out the money to take that type of trade.
Mara's coming down. Bitcoin's coming down.
Break Mikey's 113, roughly 46.90.
Okay.
I just added to my IW1. Oh. I'm working into it slowly.
All right, guys. Bitcoin's starting to sell off here, so I don't really like it as much on the long side Mara. I am going to cut it. I'm going to look for something else on the long side. So I just cut Mara for basically just a slight gain, a couple pennies, nothing crazy to sneeze at. But I'm not liking it here. Just because Bitcoin is trying to potentially lose.
Oh, you're talking to the other Frankie.
Yeah, sorry, other Frankie. Little shoe droppy though.
I do like a short on AMD here at 168.60, 168.60. I just shorted AMD 168.60. Might be a risky move, but I'm trying to pick on semis here. So I just shorted AMD 168.60.
Yeah, I got my starter in a car. I'll add on confirmation.
5 puts are still green, so you can always take profit here before 2:30.
February 5th, to be honest. And I'm way out the
All right, indices are trying to move up here.
Not like a normal setup.
Big push on AMD. So we're short AMD, still holding a SPY put, but SPY is trying to move up off of the lows here. We took profits on a Carvana win. Nareesh, what are you trading right now? Are you trading? Should have Jerome Powell. He's talking right now.
It's shoving the podium.
Here he comes, Christine. I'm sure they've checked that this time. Yeah, that was fun.
He's doing that last shot of tequila and walking out right now. Here he is.
All right, Jerome Powell's stepping out on stage, guys. We're still riding SPY puts and an AMD short. We're up on both.
Squarely focused on our dual mandate.
Shit. It's about to get real.
Come on, give us a flush. Let's see the SPY.
Oh no, that's not good for NVIDIA.
Give us a flush.
Roll it over a little bit here.
Come on, babe.
Alright, this is 21. This is about
You just hit 21. Can you do something for me?
All right, big push in the indices. SPY, I just
Long.
About to close that put.
Yeah, I just went long. A little risky. I literally did like 2.
Oh shit.
Dollars coming in.
Oh,
Let's go.
Oh, let's go. Come on.
yo, how many points do you shoved on that alone?
Let's go.
All right, I just closed that put option there, guys, for a slight win.
Yep. I was long on the 488 on
Still holding my AMD short.
Come on. Like 30 hands, 30 points.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, I was gonna say you have to be up to win that right there.
Yeah, maybe.
Still holding AMD short. That's the only trade right now. Close the SPY put for a small win. Nothing crazy though.
I want a new high day on the video. Come on. He needs to break this fucking structure. So.
Carvana is starting to perk back up.
486.75 on the high would be big.
I'm struggling with the 617.
Here it goes.
Come on now.
Come on.
Big push coming up. Big push in the SPY. We're trying to tag the 1 minute EMA 113.
There we go. We're above that 46.75.
AMD still struggling here, guys, so I have not cut that put yet. AMD is still struggling here. It's trying to push up though with the market. SMCI, Carvana, big rally on Carvana now. Bitcoin's catching a bid. Everything's catching a bid here. We'll see though if it's the wrong move.
Watch Affirm, CBNA, UPSP, RDLX.
We're green boys.
Alright, I'm gonna take off 2 more. Be careful, downside golden wing right here. Also sell. Yeah.
All right, a little bit of a
And the EMA.
distribution doji candle.
Yeah, we scaled out half on NVIDIA at $50 a ton there. I'm holding half. See if we can get this.
Yields are basically back to where they started. SPY is trying to push over. You've got a positive close above these pivots, but you're still inside of this bearish bar. I'm still holding AMD short.
SPY's got to recapture that 487.
Got a full dollar move from that 230. The thread so far works. 230 reversal.
Oh. Come on, let's go to 75.
Big push in the markets, guys. Big push. Big push. Carvana, huge push. SPY, big push.
There we go.
Sender.
Yeah. Like it's hot. Like it's hot.
50-point gain. Sold the quarter. Here we go.
488.
55% SPY.
So.
488 calls they're cooking.
47.38 again.
We're paying for these sold to is Jerry.
We're straight off the level.
We can bill him for it.
That's what the 5%, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
right?
gave us a little
Yep.
lead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we're just going to Sweet.
Tender and
So
Don't be sending me
it's a new one, not a
No, a new one. Oh, it's yearly.
And I wrote a message.
Thanks for joining the subscription there, Fatty. I appreciate that. So right now we're still just short. We are short AMD at the moment, just as a day trade short. Looking at potentially covering it here for a little bit of a loss, but still just holding steady.
Actually, I had this plan where I just show up in your inbox, so I'll be the second right.
Bid it. Come on, yeah, bid it up. Come on. I want more. Yes, it's got to get over that damn 49, 14.
All right, SPY's coming back down, guys. Still holding AMD short.
I don't like that. Cal says prepared to hold rates for longer if appropriate.
All right, big drop on SPY there. Big drop on SPY. Those 485 puts probably should have held them. That's okay, though. We're still banking on AMD. Should see some downside. Lots of crazy volatility here, guys. Lots of volatility.
Bid that shit. Come on. Bid that shit.
This is crazy, Shark.
This is nutty.
Crazy.
Fuck. Oh my god, they bid it up on the video. Come on. Keep going.
Huge push coming through the semis. Huge push coming through the semis, guys. Dollars falling. NVIDIA, AMD ripping here. Big punching through. You need to clear the SPY. Needs to clear this red bar high, and it could start absolutely flying. You got to get over that high in order for SPY to really start going.
I'm scaling more NVIDIA. Gotta break above this level right here.
3 bands. Let's go. Good.
Easy to go.
I gotta scale again. Gotta pay more tax here.
15% needs to break above this level.
460 points on NQ, guys. Please manage your stop loss. Please scale.
All right, guys, I just added to my AMD short at 170.04. 170.04. It's a second entry. 170.04. This is super risky because we are looking like we're in a squeeze zone.
Give me 489.
So we're definitely out of the money on our AMD short. I apologize about that.
Sexy bitch.
SPY is still trying to rip higher here.
48 calls in the money.
30%.
Up 85% on SPY, 32.
Yeah.
Up 80%.
Remember,
85%.
CVNA is about to break the high of day.
We're at the base. April, we did the orb to the board.
Two stops up on SPY calls.
Oh no, honey, we're still right.
Huge push, so yields have dropped. Dollars reversed and dropped pretty precipitously here.
Remember we called the 100 point gain on NQ.
AMD, it's kind of kicking our butt right now.
I am scaling one.
There we go.
My broker froze. Too much money.
Bro.
What happened? Wow.
69.47 is our average. It's only a 2/4 position on AMD, but it is going against us right now. Carvana's ripping. SPY is continuing to surge here.
There, I scaled again.
Two calls or 150 calls are almost in the money. UPSP, new high of day. CVNA, new high of day.
Things are continuing to rip.
Boom, I'm green on the day. Done.
Were you still in those calls?
No, I re-entered calls with my last buying power.
Okay.
Dollar has faded sharply here. Dollar has faded sharply. AMD is still ripping. Market is ripping here. We'll see if we get any sort of a pullback.
CDNAs of 30%, spot calls of 45%.
QQQ is coming up into a short zone,
Clearing 620. This is good.
but it needs to push a little bit more. Huge rip in small caps.
We're at like almost 200 a call now.
Starting to get a little bit of a pullback coming in the indices, but semis are still strong. Imagine they reverse this and take it lower. Imagine they reverse this whole move. But a big, big rally. They're into the 10-minute EMA 113. That's really decent resistance right now.
To all you impatient motherfuckers who were messaging me about UTSC, CBNA, and Affirm. Suck it.
Look at that.
Suck it.
Take note. Learn something new.
I'm going to add to AMD around 171.97. Looking like it does want to go green. Dollar's just precipitously falling now.
Hey, I just want to say one thing, right? Before this whole rip, it was B. He said, I feel like I've seen this before.
Yeah.
Double bottom.
Back.
Right? Study this, guys.
Shout out, Steven.
CBNA, $46 calls up 150%.
Buy calls up 50%.
Don't forget about our CBNA $60 call for February 16th.
Yeah, that was the better play for me. That's it.
UTSC will have absolutely rip the face.
I think I'm up over 100 points here.
Let's see the QQQ levels.
Affirm new higher day up 98%. Damn, I guess I could have helped those a little longer, but I just wanted to block in green on the day after such a shitty day.
Q's first resistance will be right around this 423 zone. Still holding my AMD short. I want to see if we can get a pullback. May have to just cover this one for a small loss, but it's okay. We already banked on Carvana. We banked on a few. This is going to be our only losing trade of the day if it doesn't reverse here.
I went from down like $600 on the day to being up 161.
Let's go. I am green on the day as well. Boom.
I think, yeah, look at the time on the daily now.
All right, I'm all out of spy calls here. I gotta go feed the twins. I love you guys.
Love you too, brother.
Love you, bye.
Love you, bye.
We're about to hit yesterday's low, so see if we can crack it.
Let's keep our eye on what the S&P is doing here. Still trying to push. Whoa, what a push on the S&P there. What a push.
You know what I got.
There it is. We got 80.
All right, guys, it just added to my spot, or AMD at 171.10. 171.10. And it's still trying to push higher.
Bro, I did so good. He died, but did so good this time, man.
Our average on AMD.
Nice job, BJ.
You know, I didn't join you fellas on Spy because I was a little scared of it, but I saw the setup on Spy, so I took it there.
It's pushed up to 170.13.
Damn, if I knew I was going to be done with my calling time, I could have just waited for FOMC and I would have done great today.
Done great today.
It's okay. Got some upper wicks starting to show.
High calls. 273.
It's actually in the money by $1.30. Please take your first trend.
There you go.
Paper.
I have told you in December
Oh, did you?
earlier.
Let me see.
So there was something I did send for you, but you know. She's
All right, AMD is starting to fall now,
No.
but it's still firm.
Well, yeah, I did send it now. I have not been using the bot today.
Mikey, somebody just said, holy shit, Upstart, please tell Mikey, thank you.
Yes, sir.
They're just now jumping on just now.
Might get a pullback here. There's a bunch of upper wicks.
Could see a small pullback in the indices with the wick starting to form.
But I'm not looking, I don't know.
But that was a big move up.
Strength after the speech, so we may get a little pullback. I'm not expecting anything ridiculous, but anything can happen. FOMC, as they say.
$200. Wait, am I correct? No, my bad. Sorry. I thought it was at 200 a con. Shit.
We'll see if this market decides to give a lot of those gains back. You know, remember we've triggered bearish patterns on most of the charts, and
I might hold this 10-minute candle.
this could have just been a quick liquidity grab. We'll see if they hold up. SPY's coming in just a little bit now. AMD, we're basically back in the money on our AMD trade. So maybe we don't have to take a loss on this. Maybe we can actually pull some profits. A little bit of a 10-minute topping tail maybe forming.
All right, that's it for me, guys. Pleasure making it easy for you guys. I will catch you all tomorrow morning.
Love you, mate.
Great rest of your day.
Love you, mate.
Save some money for those taxes.
We do have Qualcomm earnings after the bell.
Love you, mate.
Qualcomm earnings after the bell.
All right, Mike, I just got another DM. Thank Mikey for me. Upstart, up night.
Yeah.
Guys, the best way to thank Mikey is to...
All right, guys, we're in the money on our AMD position. Let's see if we get a full-on retracement of this whole bullish move. NVIDIA's got a 10-minute topping tail, heavy volume.
Post about him and say how much you love him and how much he has helped you. DMs are nice, but let the world know Mikey's good, not just us.
Maple going back to golfing already. Seriously, dude. You just slept in all morning. He came in right when FOMC was about to start. Made a few bands probably.
And that goes for all the snakes, by the way. If anybody's helped you, DMs are nice. You want to get personal, but tag them.
Appreciate my boy Jeff. He said he votes in this video.
Still seeing if we can ride some of this
Jesse Henderson.
AMD down.
All right, we got a 5-minute CVC flip. I'm gonna give it a second.
I'm so glad
The SPY is actually selling off pretty hard here, guys. Retracing a lot of this move. And the fact that we're getting rejected at this same wick here, we never confirmed, leads me to think we could actually test 485, guys. That was a liquidity move. Look at this dump. Wow. Look at this dump occurring. What epic price action.
Gosh, Jordan's against his rules. No way.
See if we get the bounce here off of 487.14 SPY, somewhere in that area. If this slices right through, it's...
Yeah, from up like almost 60% to up 10% on the video, but I'm only another, so I don't know. Beautiful day. Locked in the green.
AMD is still falling here, guys. Same thing with the SPY.
We do that with FOMC too. Just have Jerome Powell do it, right? Like some every day.
I didn't notice I was muted. Hey, I've been doing that a lot
I took shorts at the top and I didn't. Because I'm
No, I was short.
If SPY loses this level again, hey, that's a bearish sign. It's a very bearish sign.
No, I'm not doing any other spaces. We're clean and ready.
Nope, you're Twitter. You're
We're
Twitter.
live.
What's up?
I can't believe we have an hour.
I know, bro.
He's still talking too.
The VIX is starting to spike again, and so is the dollar. Whatever Powell's saying now, the market is not liking it. I just believe that was a short liquidity grab. Look at that. Wow. What a full round trip, guys. What a full round trip.
Bro, Frankel's hilarious. He said Maple Stacks stopped the clubhouse, traded FOMC, and paid for a year of mid-round glizzies. Hashtag dogs at the turn. Right, classic. That's hilarious. Pay for a full year of mid-round glizzies.
SPY is catching a little bit of a bid now, just a tiny bid. The dollar's trying to put in a little bit of a reversal candle, which could push the SPY down even more. Basically, still a bearish price action. That's just a pump to get all the puts and shorts out. And based off of this sell-off, I mean, it'll be interesting to see if we go lower.
What do you get to nibble out, Mr. John?
Long.
Sorry if my hesitance on the when Beatrix pointing out the top wings deterred anybody from making shorts there. Damn!
Yeah.
Coming back in long with 5 though.
It's just $5 billion. That's a lot of dollars.
So really, I mean, we're still just stuck in this range that we've been trading in. Your big move up, your big move down. Kind of at the inflection point right now. If you can hold above that EMA, that's a positive sign. But if you can't, that's not good.
I grabbed the call.
All right, so SPY's losing the EMA 113 here. It's trying to push up now. Yields are still down on the session. What EMA are you using? I'm using the EMA 113 there, which is in orange. And then the purple is your 50 moving average. Just your simple. All right, SPY's getting a bounce here. We'll see how big of a bounce this is.
Added another call there.
Paper, I just looked at Adobe. Holy fuck. Jeez. That's just been a name and it's gotten away from me every time.
SPY's trying to get a little bit of a push up here. Still riding my AMD short.
Shorty get down. Are you guys long or short?
I'm still long in videos.
Shorty get up.
I just grabbed calls, but real small.
Yeah, the shorty got to go up.
This is 50-50 area right here, kind of.
Nice. He's still yapping.
Yeah, produce new. I don't know what that means. Or you take those screenshots that look horrible, but I'm still reading the day, and that's all that matters.
Go.
Paper, could you imagine if
So if you break this little neckline now, then that 485 target should hit.
We'll be at 500 in like 3 minutes.
The fact that this move went up and then short-lived, not as bullish of a sign as it usually would be, considering that we're right back in the bearish range that we're trading in all day.
Backs.
Sitting at 100 a call, or yeah, almost 100.
No, backs me, bro.
Get up over 487.50 and you're going to run.
Hey, I forgot I had a green trade in the morning also.
Qs are still down 1%, SPY's down 0.78, Russell's down 0.21. The Russell's definitely firmed up here.
Frank was on my trade. Frankie is my trade.
All right, so SPY still appears to be weakening here. I see Tesla curling down, Amazon curling down, Meta curling down, Google curling down, Apple curling. All right, so everything looks like it's curling down. We're triggering this little head and shoulders, guys. I'm still short AMD. I'm still short AMD, holding that, hoping for more downside.
I think everybody was in SPY though. I was not.
VIX is still pushing. Look at this dump here, guys. Look at the dump coming on the SPY. We're in the money again on our AMD. This is a big support zone, though. Pivot, pivot. Consolidation, big bounce, but you're getting a bearish trigger here, and the dollar's pushing right back up. So huge manipulation. They pump people out because probably they were positioned too much on the short side, and then once they get people to cover their shorts at the highs, they push it right back down. That's just the game of liquidity going up and down. That's why it's difficult to chase the moves. You know, when you start seeing that, it's very, very difficult to chase the moves. AMD loses this little pivot zone. It's also triggered a head and shoulders, as you can see right now. We're trading into. Look at this move, guys. Come on, AMD, flush it.
All right, so it looks like I ended the day at a little back high again. Yeah. I wasn't expecting that, but I was expecting that. I mean, I'm still very upset with the way I traded in the morning, holding that through all of that. But I'm an idiot.
AMD is getting a nice bid, so the neckline is being currently saved.
I had a weird bias about FOMC that it wasn't going to be a trend day leading into it, and that led me to holding longer than I could have and averaging down and being an idiot. But I took my loss, and it was like having two red trades because I took minus 20% on it overall. And yeah, I'm still not happy about it. But we ended the day green.
So SPY has triggered a break, a bearish breakdown. You're underneath the EMA 113. Mega Cap Tech is holding up better than the S&P. QQQ is holding up much, much better. So the actual technical short is on the SPY now. SPY is falling a little bit sharper now.
You can do it. She's a runner. She's a track star. Come on. Davida. She can do it.
I didn't know she was a runner or a track star.
Yeah, you know, I mean, she can be. She can turn into a track star if she wants to. She wants to lay it down for Papa Ace here.
Come on, SPY. Give us a bigger break. Here it comes, guys. Here it comes. AMD is now falling too. Here we go, guys. This is a big downside flush coming into the picture. Don't get trapped on your longs. We're up nicely on AMD. We are falling here. Beautiful, beautiful downside target. Takes you all the way to 484 now. I do have viable levels. Look at the Dixie, guys. Holy, what a reversal. What manipulation, eh? This is the dangerous part about trading, is you could be up, you could be down in the blink of an eye. Guys, AMD is printing for us now. Good thing we managed to hold firm there. Look at this drop, guys. Alright, I'm covering half of AMD here. I just covered half of my AMD short. I'm going to leave some runners as well. So big profit there on AMD. Nice job if you caught that. I covered half. I'm still leaving runners. Look at this sell, guys, in the S&P. We do have some long levels now, but it has to go deeper. What an epic sell. What an epic sell. You did hit the big support level. VIX is spiking here, guys. VIX is spiking. Wow. The dollar's absolutely flying, guys. We just banked hard on that. We banked hard. BTC, I don't see it popping anymore. We just took a huge amount of profits on AMD. QQQ is almost hitting a long level, in my opinion. I do like Q. I just covered my full AMD position at 168.34. I covered my full AMD day trade position. Look at that epic sell, guys. Beautiful, beautiful. Over 1% gain on the trade. Congrats if you caught that with us. All right, so we took that to the bank there. SPY could get a little bit of a pop here. I do have a viable level on the S&P. It's a little bit lower. We're almost there. We need one more little flush. One more little flush. Gets me interested. Look at this breakdown on the SPY, guys. Holy. Wow. What an epic trade, guys. What an epic trade. Again, congrats if you banked with us. Wow, look at this sell, guys. All right, QQQ is coming into viable support, guys. QQQ, keep that on watch. You can play Tesla, you can play NVIDIA, you can play Amazon, you can play Microsoft, new low of day, Apple, new low of day, Q's new low of day. Look at this.
No, don't go long.
No.
Hell no. Hell no. They're not going to do that.
Get ready to go long, guys. It's a little bit lower on the SPY or the Qs. You can play the QQQ or you can play the SPY. I'm looking at a QQQ level around this 416.74. Wow. What epic price action, guys. Nice job if you were able to bank. Qs are almost completed the downside target of the head and shoulders, which is right around here.
We did balls.
You're welcome, old stocks.
New lows on the SPY. Getting a little bit of a bounce now. What epic price action, guys. What epic price action. Dollar rips positive. VIX is screaming higher here, guys. Qs are coming up, guys. Get ready to go long the Qs. Get ready to go long the Qs. We're into some support right now.
Holy shit.
What a full round trip. What a full round trip. Dollar's just screaming higher here. Lots of blood in the streets.
I hope I didn't talk you out of taking those pills.
Oh, you guys are gonna hate me.
All right, guys. I just went long the Qs at 417.37. 417.37, slightly before my level, but I am seeing some Wicks starting to form here.
Oh shit.
So with all your key levels, it was also head pressure. Short special with the 5-minute 200.
So we're along the cues here at 417.37. This is just a starter position, guys. 1/4 because we still could flush.
Side note, the Ruru profits are up nicely.
And we're still falling here, guys. We're still falling. Next ad level is right around this 416.79.
I don't know, it's probably ripping.
No, it's steady.
Steady Freddy.
Big bounce coming in. Big bounce coming into the cues. Huge bounce, guys. Look at this. Look at this. Adjust stops to in the money, guys. All right, guys, I'm out of the cues. 418.22. I just sold 418.22. I just sold at 418.22. I am out for a quick little day trade bounce. Boom. Just like that. Beautiful, beautiful trade.
I need to buy fucking items.
We do have another buyable level if we go a little bit lower, guys. 416.74 on the cues. What a bounce.
Load it. This might be a long here. It's very long. I'm low, like, I got March calls now.
Is it time for calls now? Quick?
Yeah.
Down long again.
Oh, Darky's doing it.
Just a little bit.
No trades at the moment. We took profits on all of our FOMC trades. Congrats if you were able to get there. BTC is actually dropping now, down, losing 43,000. BTC is losing 43,000. So it's actually dropping like a fly because the dollar's so strong. All right, guys, I just bought a little bit of Tesla here, 189.20, 189.20. Going long Tesla. Starter position, high risk. 189.20 long Tesla. 189.20 long Tesla.
Here we go.
Go.
Tesla's getting a nice big bounce here. Come on. Keep pushing. I'm looking for a move back to above 190.50. Above 190.50. Come on, Tesla. Get going.
205. I like this.
Okay, we're gonna take a little scout here. Oh.
All right, markets look like they're trying to come back down again.
Way to go. Love it. Let me retweet that for him.
we think that's the best way to serve the company because ultimately we made a lot of progress.
Dude.
Just want to make sure that you get the job done. Yes.
TTD $70 put.
Hold a fit.
Amazon's still coming in.
Jesus.
Microsoft's near the lows. Google's near the lows. Still long Tesla. Hopefully we can get a bid off of this area. There's a decent amount of support here. But a full round trip occurred in the markets there. A full round trip occurred in the markets. We were able to bank on our Carvana short, on our AMD short. Huge wins on our AMD shorts. And we've closed every single winning trade today. Every single trade has been a winner, and we're in Tesla now. Tesla's trying to firm up here as we speak. So lots of volatility, immense volatility today.
Be careful if you're long. I think this pop is going to fail. Might be wrong, but
Yeah, I'm here for a good time.
right.
Ooh, I like that.
Still just waiting on the indices to try to firm up here. Tesla's still weak. We could actually be losing a little bit of momentum here. The dollar is taking a small breather, which should help, but things are looking very fragile at the moment. All right, Tesla's getting hit hard here again. I'm going to put a stop loss on Tesla here at 189.53. Just a mental stop. I don't want to show the market my hand, but just a mental stop. We got a 1 minute close. All right, Tesla's getting a nice pop here. Come on, Tesla. Push up.
Just gotta get out of this little box.
Come on, Tesla. Push up, push up, push up. We are long and strong. Let's see if we can get some more upside. I am seeing some positive momentum creeping into the picture, but there's just a lot of sellers still present in this market.
Starting to look a little bear-like.
This pattern is not looking good on the SPY. Notice how we're consolidating now underneath this key resistance. That's not a good sign. You are oversold. You might make one more new low.
No, you did it back.
Still think maybe there's a shot at retracing back up to this EMA 113 area. That should give us the pop that we're looking for. A retrace to this area should give us the pop we're looking for. Again, we did complete the downside move of this big breakdown here.
I think I'm gonna stay overnight.
Gonna cuddle up.
And again, we have completed the near-term downside move on the Qs. That QQQ head and shoulders on, I'll show you on the 20-minute chart that we were discussing. That played out pretty much to a T. We actually hit that downside measured move. So now we got to look for new patterns to form. We got to look for new patterns to form.
If I get the shot.
Tesla's trying to come back down. Again, a potential flag, bear flag forming on the SPY and the Qs, which I don't like. Dollar's taking a small breather. It is positive on the session, up 0.12%. S&P is trying to go lower again. All right, Tesla's losing momentum. The whole industry is losing momentum here. Come on, Tesla, firm up. BTC back below 43,000. All right, Qs are getting a small pop here. Let's see the S&P. Apple's at the lows, guys. This is not looking hot. This is not looking hot. This is not looking hot, guys. All right, guys, I just cut my Tesla for a small loss. Lost 79 bucks on the trade there. Small loss. Just cut Tesla there just because I'm seeing the SPY break down. We potentially want to make one new low. I did cut Tesla for a small loss. Maybe I get shaken out there. But I'm just playing it cautious. That was the first loss of the day. We've banked tremendously today. That was the first loss. I'm seeing the SPY potentially wanting to make one more new low, and then we can buy that low. We can re-enter slightly lower. Still have a lot of time, 40 minutes. I'm going to look to buy the quadruple leveraged SPY ETF for a bounce. The ticker is XXXX, quadruple X. They're bouncing it right here. Still think there's one more low that could come into play. All right, Powell is now done speaking. This is where the true direction comes in, not algos, the true market reaction. All right, you're getting a big bounce. Hopefully you get one more low flush. The RSI is telling you we should get one more little low. Come on, give us one more little low. Even Tesla should give us one more little low. A little bit of a bear flag forming. Come on, SPY, give us one more new low, and then we can go long. Dollar's creeping up. Microsoft, Apple still curling down. I do have really big support on Apple sitting at around 184.50. It's about $1, just less than $1 away, but the SPY's trying to push back up again. All right, they're trying to rip the SPY here. They are trying to rip it.
Yeah, I think we can go high here. By the way, thank you guys for all the nice messages. I'm happy to see that you guys profit off the strategy. I didn't get any nice messages. Well, I actually got one. You guys sent some message. I just no. Someone said you.
I give and I give and I give.
I know. They said you smell good, Baker.
Someone asked 10 minutes ago if we ever check our blood pressure while trading. I never, but I probably should.
Mine probably be in the or sky high.
I know so much. I'm already super hyper.
I got a message from Monty about the freedom and so I do appreciate that. That was good.
SPY still in this consolidation range. I still think there's one more little low before we have the big bounce. Considering how oversold we are, this really isn't that big of a bounce right now. You are seeing some accumulation, so perhaps we can trend up.
I'm not gonna lie, you know what just happened? I divorced a large chunk of Tesla to buy this item.
Yields are still down, dollars up.
There we go.
Just being patient here. Just being patient, not chasing the breakout yet, although it is looking like it wants to.
Bring on Uncle Sam. That was a great laugh.
Yeah, I was just waiting.
Amazon's curling back down.
Def Not Day is badass. I'm not facing this. Looks like it was yesterday. When I said that.
One more little low, guys. We'll buy the next low. One more little low should come into play here.
Hit him with the double Batman. No. Just go with the double Batman. Can't do it. Dude, hit him with the double Batman. Why?
Well, this is about to get nasty right here. Watch this.
Kirby says your voice is so soothing. You put me to sleep at close every day. Keep talking, even your Sunday review.
BTC pop in 5360 plus in TQQ Comet. Comet? TQQQ.
When is the next class?
5360. Yeah, I think there's one more dip though before we get the bounce. Look, the SPY is coming in. I still think there's one more little low. I think we take out this low here, and then we get the bounce. This is a nice little bearish wedge that is forming. Typically, bearish wedges break down to the downside. Calculated target onto this wedge pattern. We could even see a move all the way down to 481. But there's a whole host of supports along the way. But we're just being patient. We did cut our Tesla for a tiny, tiny loss. But I am interested in going long the S&P, the XXX, the quadruple X ETF. I'm also interested in maybe a QQQ long trade. Dollars pushing back to the highs of the session. But we have banked today tremendously. So please, I definitely encourage you to give our stream a follow. Check out my tradingcapital.ca Discord.
Sorry,
I've been trying to keep you out of trouble here. All right, SPY is coming down, guys. SPY is coming down. We'll start accumulating at the 618 and lower, okay?
Wouldn't be the first time though.
definitely not. I've definitely done that.
Happens to the best of us. Boy, wouldn't be the first time he sucked.
All right, what are my percentages?
Come on, SPY. Give us one new low. Apple's pushing, Microsoft's falling. Tesla's trying to push up again. Still inside this bear wedge, guys. Maybe be mindful of that.
God bless you. God bless you.
RSI is under 50, putting in a potential lower high on the RSI. This should break lower, guys. This should break down. We'll see, though. We are down quite substantially in the Qs, 1.5%, 1.2% on the SPY, and 1.43% on the Russell. We should get one more little low. I've been saying that all sectors are red except for healthcare. We've now had a broad market sell-off. With broad market sell-offs, you typically get a late day flush. When you see every sector red, when we had 6 sectors green in the morning, you typically get a late day flush. So this is now risky, super, super risky buying any sort of trade in this vicinity. I'm still interested in a long on the XXX. I'm going to play the SPY now because the SPY is the strongest indice. Your weakest indices are the Qs and the Russell. They're kind of fighting each other for the weakest indice spot. They're actually identically down 1.63%. So I'm looking at the SPY right now because it is the stronger indice. So that means the majority of the S&P 500 stocks are performing better than the tech-heavy stocks and the small-cap stocks. Bear wedge is about to break, guys. We're super, super close. Come on. Give us the breakdown. Give it up. Just give it up already. Give us the breakdown. We'll start accumulating a long. We have 3 entries here, and then the fourth one is basically here at this 481. Come on. And I'm going to play the quadruple X. That's a quadruple levered S&P 500. I just want the extra leverage for the day trade. Again, this is just strictly a day trade. SMCI curling down, 5-minute bear flag on SMCI, bear flag on Tesla, bear wedge on the SPY.
TNA as well.
We have half an hour left in the trading session. Powell is done speaking. Yields are moving up higher. Dollars at the highs of the session. Take a look at this DXY. It's going to push this over the edge, especially if you get a close above these pivots. That's what really the S&P is waiting for here, in my opinion. Here we go, guys. Come on. One more little flush.
I feel like I want to hold TNA to 71.
Come on, baby. Give it to us. Give it to us.
More so than even the March close.
Yes,
Dump this market. Dump it.
burn it down. Let's go.
Down the monthly average, 482.50.
Come on. Give us a breakdown, SPY. Give it to us. You know you want to dollar new high of day? The DXY just hit a new high of day.
478.50.
Monthly head pressure in the Q, 420. We're below it.
420. Oh, we're below it. That's nasty.
Yeah, how about that shit?
Here we go, guys. Here we go. Okay, get ready. Get ready, guys. Get ready to go long. Get ready to go long. Come on. Flush it.
For the intraday, really,
Dollar still
I
pushing.
was just talking on my stream, some people were asking, this is, super crazy.
Nvidia down 2%, Apple down 1.5%, Microsoft down 2.28%. Considering Microsoft put in a high all the way, we shorted at a high of 414.50. It had a high of 415 and has gone a complete reversal. We were prepared for that reversal, which is why we banked tremendously earlier on the stream.
Definitely not too big of a significant down there. Yeah, we'll get there. In terms of macro, that's exactly why we hedged yesterday with SPPQ.
All right, here comes SPY, guys. It's trying to push for that new low.
All right, I'm closing out my 484 puts.
Come on.
Over 100%.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Bitcoin gone from green to red. Every sector is now red on the day, guys. Every single sector, including broker-dealers, including Dow Jones Industrials, including the transports. Every sector has now gone red. So what we can expect in the last half an hour is potentially a flush. We may not even get a bounce. They may force this market to close at the low of the day. And then typically when you close at the low of the day, if you get a late session flush, you typically get a gap down the next day. I see a SPY gap fill. There's a major gap all the way down at 482.40, 42.42. That's a huge gap fill. All right, guys, SPY is selling. So again, that was a good exit on our Tesla. Sometimes it's a matter of taking a tiny loss in hopes of basically preserving your capital. So remember, we were long Tesla, and then we basically cut it at here at this 188.90 for about a 30-40 cents loss. And now it's looking like it's falling even more. I no longer like the Tesla chart setup anymore. It was showing some potential relative strength. SPY making new lows. Tesla's made new lows. SPY still hasn't taken out the low yet. And again, there is a big, big gap fill in the SPY. If they flush this market down to 482.40, that would be wild. Huge, huge mega gap at 482.42.
Yeah, this is kind of new for me.
What, FOMC?
Well, this today, I'm green. I'm up a few $100, but I was mesmerized.
Guys, they may flush it down to 482.40. I'm just going to mark that in on the chart. You can see on the hourly chart, there's a big, big gap here on the hourly chart. I'm just going to draw that in. They could flush it down there. All right, positive divergence is starting to develop here, guys. Get ready to start accumulating. Get ready to start accumulating. First level, second level.
But it did. I actually thought that they at some point they were going to rack it down.
New lows. So I've saved people from basically buying too soon. And they are at new lows. Dollar at new highs, markets at new lows. I hope I've saved people from entering and trying to buy the dip here. I said when we're up here, we're likely going to make new lows based off of the divergence pattern. We've got a new low. I still see a little tiny more in the gas tank, but you are getting that positive divergence now. Come on. Come on. Tesla, Apple, Microsoft dumping. Microsoft's into its gap here, guys. So there's big buyers and volume coming into Microsoft, which is why we're starting to see some wicks. Microsoft's at a huge support level. I'm going to go long here. I'm going to start accumulating. Actually, Amazon's still falling. Google's still falling. Meta's still falling. I'm going to hold. But Microsoft's into a huge level here. A huge level on Microsoft. All right, I just went long a little bit of the SPY here. I just went long a little bit of the SPY via the XXX. I got filled at 30.08 on the XXX. 30.08. Here comes the rip.
You look at the hourly.
And then there's another level at 175 below that.
And again, it's just because Microsoft's hitting a big technical gap zone. It's only a 1/4 entry. I'll add down here.
All right, guys, I pinned the small account at the top.
It's called a
Everybody
sack.
go like, retweet, and love
Hit
it.
your sack.
I posted my sack at the top. And if you don't like it and comment and retweet, I'm going to put my sack on your face.
Well, you're doing awesome on the small account, bro.
Thanks. It was almost not off today. It was almost but I was able to flip it with FOMC, as Mr. Garlic says. But thank you, trades. I love you very much.
I'm enjoying watching that.
So we're long the quadruple X ETF at 30.08. I got filled. Roughly equates to this 483 50 zone. I still think S&P can flush. You have a major technical gap here at 482.40. So just be mindful of that. Don't go all in. I'm certainly saving some room to add to the position if necessary. Because it is looking like we could sell off even more here.
I know how to make a man blush.
But really, Amazon's at the dead lows. Dollar's starting to cool off just a little bit here.
Just give me like a day to test some of those December.
Yogi, can I help you? Do you want to go out?
Tesla's still selling off here, guys. Tesla is still selling off. SPY's trying to find a little bit of support here. Tiny bit of support.
Well, fellas, I'm gonna call it a day. Nice trading with you. Love to be trading.
Take care.
All right, yeah. See you tomorrow.
Come on, SPY. Let's see if we can push up here, guys. We are long the quadruple X ETF, hoping for a tiny little bounce here. Microsoft down 2.42%. That's probably one of the biggest topping tails I've ever seen in a mega cap. One single session, you go from all-time highs to engulfing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days of price action. That's horrendous for the mega caps. Absolutely horrendous. All right, we're up now nicely on the XXX ETF. It is starting to push up a little bit more.
Yes.
You can see SPY right back down. I don't like this price action right now. It's almost like they want to take it down a little bit lower. Again, there's always a potential we flush into the close 482.40, so just understand that this is high risk. We only have 19 minutes left in the session. This is super, super high risk.
Ladies and gents, we got 20 minutes of this day left.
Tesla new low, Amazon new low, Microsoft's hovering.
Pretty happy with my
All right, guys, I'm cutting SPY here. I'm just cutting it here. Break even on the trade. I cut it there, break even. I think we're going to get a flush. I'm seeing new lows on Amazon, new lows on Tesla, Nvidia curling down, Microsoft appearing to curl down some more, Google at the lows, Meta making new lows, Bitcoin. So I just cut it for break even. I thought we could get a little bit of a bounce here, but it's very weak. Very weak. You're putting in another micro bear flag. Still interested in going long again, but it has to be just a little bit lower. All right, so it looks like they're trying to bounce it here. They are trying.
The 10-year has not. The 10-year's not bouncing, right? So like the whole situation here of SPY dumping, IWM dumping, like if this was a legit dump, the 10-year would be ripping face. It's still under 4%, right? Like it's sus. It's all sus.
It is nuts. I agree. The 10-year
I'm sorry. It's all sus, right? Like I would, if this was legit, I would be like, okay, TNX is going to be ripping.
Anybody looking at anything else right now is the last few minutes into the close. Again,
That's in line, like boom, boom, boom. That's not legit, right? That's too much, right? What the best case scenario for like small big
Apple, everything's curling back down, so look for more weakness to creep in here.
slowly, gradually, like starts to go down, like it should. Not like, oh, we're gonna be dropping like 2% between now and July. That's not legit. But if the market overshoots the downside here, it's gonna quickly reverse also. So I think let it overshoot. That's fine. Let it overshoot here. I'll be buying this weakness, but if that's all I see this is, because look at it. I mean, the 10-year is still under 4%. The dollar is a nice bounce, but yeah, it's just a knee jerk. Oh, we were a little over our skis on expecting a lot of rate cuts in the near future, back to back. That was never legit. Right? This I'm just looking at. Okay, it's an overshoot. It's an overshoot to the downside. Yes, it could extend tomorrow. Real trigger. If you get a push down tomorrow, and then reclaim this 193 level, 193.50.
If we get a gap down tomorrow, guys, we'll look for scoop up the day trade longs. If you get a gap down tomorrow, absolutely buy longs.
But it's not a short.
If I had to pick one mega cap to go long on right now, it would be Apple. Its chart setup is the most oversold, but then again, it is Apple earnings tomorrow. So Apple, if the markets are selling off and then Apple gives weak earnings, that could obviously cause this market to have a big overshoot.
You could trade against it short term downside, buying hedge it. But yeah, this is. I've just been waiting so long. It's just that not sure he looks at TNX US 10 is the yield, but that's the sus piece.
I know, TNX.
Yeah.
Come on, SPY. Just break it. You see what I mean, though, about the SPY? Really, no buyers are coming in at this area. We're oversold. We're down over almost 2% on the Qs, and there's really minimal buying at this zone, which tells me that this is not the big support level where traders and investors are waiting. But I do like this gap fill. If we can flush into this gap fill, 42.40, that would be stellar. Stellar. This was the first level that we said that we would start accumulating at, and you can see it's held for, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, about 12 minutes it's held. So you can tell that there were some buyers there, but now the sellers are even exhausting them. And you are getting that positive divergence on the RSI, so you could bounce here. You absolutely could bounce here.
They know not to call this kid when he's running spaces.
The algo guy just woke up. Algo boys are stepping in. What do you have for the
Come on, one more little flush. Give us the break. Amazon new lows. IWM just made a new low, guys. Expect the S&P and the Qs to follow suit. IWM just made a new low. All right, we're running out of time here to go long. We have 10 minutes. They're probably going to flush this, guys. This is going to flush.
Anything other than that?
This is very likely going to flush, guys. Just be very cautious here. It's looking heavy. Qs are trying to push for a new low.
But did he actually say anything crazy or no? Just bullshit.
the higher for longer?
The VIX is at the highs, dollars at the highs, markets at the lows. Russell's at the lows, guys. The Russell's now down 2.27%. It's the worst performing indice. Remember when everyone was bullish on small caps, saying that, oh, they're lagging. They're like, well, they're lagging for a reason. I don't even think the QQQ and S&P 500 stocks should have been at the lofty levels they are. But again, the market is the market. And you are catching a small bid here. Apple, a little bit of a bottoming tail on the 1 minute chart. So you are trying to get a little bit of a bounce here, but just be cautious of this. I've seen this playbook where people try piling at the end because we're so used to this huge market squeeze at the end. And then in a downtrending session, they use that high volume liquidity to just dump it, flush it. So I'm just playing it cautious here. I don't think I'm going to change the trades. Ooh, getting some alerts. LIT, what's that triggering here? A potential buy alert just triggered for one of these tickers. Let's see. Potential buy alert. Wow.
That's rough. I didn't expect such a big bounce. I know we're getting a nice sell.
Here goes the flush, guys. Here comes the flush. New lows, new lows, new lows.
We're near lows.
New lows on the S&P, guys. New lows. New lows on the Qs. VIX new highs. Indices new lows.
Oh, coming right down the monthly, that's for sure. If there was more time in the day, if it was like 10 o'clock, I'd be getting some calls on monthly day. No more intraday trades for me.
Yeah, we're just running out of time here, guys. We're running out of time here.
Uh-oh, guys, we're going to see everybody on the timelines.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we're down 1%.
Big deal.
But the intraday moves fire. Bank on the list for sure. So, like, in terms of macro, we haven't gotten.
You can see they're just bleeding this lower, guys. They're just bleeding it lower.
I'm done for the day. Love y'all.
Garlic, beautiful day, brother.
See you now. Have a good one.
Yeah, see you guys tomorrow.
About it. Make sure you do it.
This is the definition of a indice bleed,
I'm going to be doing a
where they just slowly grind it down, suck in all of this volume. People are chasing like no tomorrow.
You to like, comment, and retweet at least 10 of the posts of the small accounts throughout the month of February. And then you may win some free shit. I haven't figured out what it's going to be yet, but if you want to train yourself on that habit, you can start today.
Apple just moved into one day.
Oh, damn, Apple, you did just make a new low day. Wow, Microsoft is back below 400.
A little bit of a buy program coming in now. Also potential short covering squeeze. Little short covering pop.
Wait, the paper just leave?
Yeah, you said it.
The magic wand is coming out. Short covering. Qualcomm earnings, what do you think? Yeah, let's take a quick peek at Qualcomm. So Qualcomm, remember, is one of Apple's biggest suppliers, I believe, and semis right now have been weak. So considering Apple's been selling off and giving weaker guides across China, I'm expecting Qualcomm. You are putting in higher lows. That's bullish technically. Fundamentally, I would bet that it's going to fall, but it's still technically okay. I mean, it's still putting in a bullish pattern on the weekly chart, but anything could fail. It's a gamble. It's a gamble. I don't really have any opinions. I don't have a position on it. If you just look at Intel, if you look at some of the other semiconductor reactions, this one, the benefit is that it's sold off into earnings, so it's lessened the expectations. I would really only look for a trade around this retrace to the neckline. And then if I were to short it, it would have to be...
So they advertised $7 billion to sell, and it came in, and the buyers bought it up.
Whoops.
Yeah, don't you love that? Rip it up, rip it up, rip it up.
A short, technical short, really, I mean...
Give me 80. I'm in at...
I don't even see a really good short zone right now because you have pierced this high already, got rejected. Potentially at this 160 area, but it's kind of a hard analysis right now. This one could go any other way. You know, I really don't have a bias on this name. Let's see how much of a move that would imply. Yeah, that could easily jump 7% up into that range. But this one's kind of mixed. You know, you're not at the highs, you're not at the lows. It's honestly a 50-50 toss-up. But again, with Apple's weak price action, comparing the other mega cap techs, I would have to lean more bearish with Qualcomm. All right, so they did give a little bit of a facelift to the S&P there into the close, just a tiny little facelift. Huge volume today. We traded on the SPY. Let's see what type of volume we traded. Immense volume. Well, it's okay. It's not that bad. 83.75 million. It's above the average. 83.7 million. So I've seen a lot more. I've seen a lot less. It's nothing crazy.
Yeah, I forgot. The last day of the month, FOMC is so big.
Right.
Positioning at the end of the month here.
Yeah. Following it up anyway.
All right, look at that. They're just taking it into the close. You're welcome there, Seraph. Bitcoin selling off here, guys, into the close. Everything's getting hit hard into the close. Great day for us, guys. Again, if you haven't checked out my tradingcapital.ca Discord, it's been a stellar session for us. We were able to bank on several winners today. We won every single trade except for a small loss on Tesla. So wonderful job if you're able to profit with us. Look at this. They're closing it at the dead lows on SPY. Pretty much at the dead lows. Huge volume at the end there coming into the picture. Huge volume. A lot of nasty technical damage done. All right, indices are closed at the dead lows. Expect a potential gap down tomorrow. That would not shock me if we gap down tomorrow. On that note, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for making this a wonderful stream, and we'll see you on the charts a little bit later. Members, definitely stay tuned for updates. Maybe a little bit late, as I have to run a little bit of calculations on some of these high pivots to see roughly where we're going to go. So the video might be a little bit later tonight, but I will get that to you, our members' daily analysis video. And there's going to be a lot of juicy details to discuss, you know, from Jerome Powell, from yields, from the dollar, from small caps, from the VIX, everything else in between, oil, energy, lots to discuss. But just to quickly sum things up, the indices closed down 1.63% on the SPY, QQQ down 1.98%, and the IWM down 2.49%. So this is our first broad market sell-off that we've seen in quite a long time. So you have to be mindful that every sector closed red today. After 6 sectors being green, when you have every sector, when you have the majority of sectors green and then they go from green to red, that's a broad market sell-off. Look at Qualcomm popping in the after hours here. Boom.
Beautiful fucking day. Holy shit. Guys, great day. Nice day. Love y'all.
So Qualcomm, big move up. And now you're trying to stabilize. We'll see what comes into fruition. But you can see here, if this could hurt the semiconductors. You know, a couple $100 billion market cap. It could hurt the semis for sure.
So the question now comes to,
So I'll just stay on here to see how these earnings reactions shape up. Maybe we catch a short on it. But we'll see. All right, on that note, thank you all for tuning in, guys. It's been stellar. Please do your due diligence. Don't try to chase this market higher or lower. We're in a little bit of a tricky stage here, so just be patient with your trades. Don't go all in. Make sure you leave yourself room to maneuver if you are down on a position. Don't try to hold on to it. Kind of keep your losses to a minimum. All about capital preservation. And just stick with the qualities. I think we're in the stage where you're going to see, a lot of people are bulled up on small caps because they're technically oversold comparison to the majority of the indices. But I think we're in a little bit of a stage here where you're going to have small caps go lower, and you could potentially see the mega cap, large cap techs also go lower. But there's a lot of liquidity still frothing out there, so nothing's going to crash. Don't get bared up in the sense that you're going to hear some people on FinTwit and the media saying, oh, is this a bear market crash? Or are we going to crash? Crashes don't typically happen from the highs, and like I said, there's a lot of liquidity still frothing around, so things will have technical bounces, which is why trading can be so lucrative. On that note, take care, everybody, and we'll see you on the charts a little bit later. Cheers, everybody. Mark, that's just my website. I run a swing trading and day trading service. I run a Telegram group where I put all my day trades, swing trades, entries and exits, stop loss, put in like little pieces of market information, data. I track insider buying and selling, and I provide a members daily analysis video each and every day to provide them on support, resistance, where I think the market's going, what trade setups I'm seeing, what I'm looking at. So that's just my trading service that I run. I shouldn't really call it a Discord, but it's in a way it's its own. I just don't like having so many people message in a single Discord chat. I like to keep my alert service strictly to the alerts and valuable pieces of information that will make us alpha. I've ran Discords before, and you can get a little bit messy with everyone doing call outs and people not knowing who to take, which traders have a better average. So I'm the head trader here at Trading Capital, and I think we've been doing pretty well in 2024, really well in 2023, really well in 2022 since we've launched the service. And I think that my experience in the market is starting to pay off quite well as we navigate through these incredible times. On that note, take care, everybody, and we'll see you on the charts a bit later.